Hello, and welcome to Sinister Hunt. My job here is to narrate some horror stories that'll help you relax, and maybe get a bit of a scare as well. But before you fall asleep, if you like this kind of thing, a like and subscribe would mean a lot to me, and would help me keep going. Alright, now dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's begin. It was the summer of 2018 when I decided to visit Egypt. I had always been drawn to the country's rich history and culture, and after months of saving up, I finally booked a flight. I wasn't exactly a seasoned traveler, but I'd done my fair share of research, so I felt reasonably prepared. This trip wasn't just about the major tourist sites in Cairo, like the pyramids or the Egyptian Museum. I was keen on exploring something less popular, something a little off the beaten path. I had heard about a village in the desert, not far from the city of Giza, that few tourists ever visited. Locals whispered about it, but nobody seemed to know much about the place, except that it had a strange reputation. The village was called Al-Mahmoudiya, and it was located about an hour's drive from the bustling metropolis of Cairo. From what I could gather, it had been a thriving community some 30 years ago. But something happened. Nobody seemed willing to say exactly what. But after a series of incidents, the place was largely abandoned. There were a handful of people who still lived in the area, but it had clearly fallen into disrepair. I was intrigued, and after some persuasion, a local guide agreed to take me there. When I arrived in Egypt, I spent the first few days in Cairo, taking in the sights and adjusting to the heat. The temperature was much higher than I had expected, and it made everything feel a little slower, like the city was dragging itself through the day. But there was something oddly comforting about it too. After a few days of sightseeing, I was eager to head out to Al-Mahmoudiya. The drive to the village was long, and the landscape around us gradually became more barren. The guide I had hired, a man named Ahmed, was quiet for most of the ride, which I didn't mind at all. The desert was vast and empty, and it was peaceful in its own way. I looked out the window, seeing the occasional small building or farm, but nothing that seemed too out of place. The roads, though, started to become less maintained the further we drove, and I began to notice that there were fewer signs of human activity. By the time we reached the village, I could tell that it had been abandoned for quite some time. The buildings looked weathered and worn, with cracked walls and broken windows. The streets were empty, and there was a quietness to the place that seemed unusual, even for a village that had been left behind. There were no sounds of children playing or people talking like you'd expect to hear in any other town or village, even if it was small. It was the kind of place where you'd expect to hear the wind blowing, or maybe the distant sound of a bird, but there was nothing, just silence. We stopped near the center of the village, where the remnants of a once proud market square stood. Ahmed pointed to an old house in the distance, just on the edge of the village. He told me that it used to be the home of a wealthy merchant who had mysteriously disappeared many years ago, along with his family. He didn't go into detail, just mentioning that no one ever seemed to really know what had happened to them. The house had remained abandoned since then. The guide didn't seem too eager to talk more about it, but he did mention that some locals avoided the house altogether. In fact, he suggested we not go near it. The more I heard about this house, the more I wanted to see it. It seemed like the center of the mystery, the source of whatever strange events had driven the village to be abandoned. So I asked Ahmed if it would be all right to take a look at the place. At first he hesitated, but after a brief silence he reluctantly agreed. The house was far from a grand mansion, or anything you might expect from a wealthy merchant, but there was something about it that stood out. It was built from old stone, with large wooden doors that looked like they hadn't been opened in years. The windows were broken in some places, while others were completely covered in dust and grime. As we walked closer, I noticed a strange heaviness in the air, like the whole place was weighed down by something, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It was just a feeling, and I tried to shake it off. There were no visible signs of anyone living there, not even any animals. It was as though the place had been completely abandoned overnight, and no one had bothered to touch it since. As we got closer to the front door, I could hear my own footsteps echoing in the stillness. I thought about turning back, but something kept me moving forward. Ahmed seemed to be in a hurry to get through the visit, and he didn't offer much in the way of commentary. He wasn't acting scared or anxious, but there was something strange about the way he moved. He didn't walk naturally. His steps were quick, almost as though he didn't want to be seen walking toward the house. I asked him about the house again, about the family that had lived there, but he didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked around and then told me that the family had left suddenly and never returned. He said no one knew the full story. As I pressed him for more details, he simply told me it wasn't worth looking into. I tried to press further, asking what exactly had happened. But before I could ask anything else, Ahmed changed the subject, pointing out an old well nearby and mentioning how dangerous it was to get too close. I didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, it felt like he was doing everything he could to keep me away from the house. The whole village, despite its desolate state, didn't feel completely abandoned. As we continued to walk around, I noticed a few old villagers sitting outside their homes watching us pass by. They didn't say anything, but just stared at us as we went by. It was hard to tell what they were thinking, but they didn't seem interested in talking to us. It was as though they had seen strangers come and go many times before, and they no longer cared to make contact. I remember one older woman who just stared at me, her eyes almost piercing through me. But it wasn't an unfriendly stare. It was just neutral, indifferent. After we walked around the village for a while, we made our way back to the car, and I noticed Ahmed's pace quickening. It was a small thing, but I couldn't help but feel like he wanted to leave as soon as possible. I didn't think much of it at the time, but in hindsight, it felt like something was definitely off. We drove back to Cairo that afternoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. I was left with more questions than answers, but I also couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling that seemed to linger long after we left Al Mahmoudia. There was definitely more to this village than anyone was willing to tell, and I felt like I had barely scratched the surface. A few days after my visit to Al Mahmoudia, I found myself thinking about the village and the strange, quiet atmosphere it had left behind. There was something about it, something I couldn't shake off. Ahmed had been reluctant to speak about the place, and I couldn't help but feel that there was more to the story than what he'd told me. The mention of the family that disappeared, the odd silence of the place, and the way Ahmed rushed us through the tour, it all seemed too strange to ignore. I had to know more. After discussing it with some locals in Cairo, I learned that I could get in touch with a former resident of the village who had left years ago. His name was Omar, and he was said to be one of the few people who knew the history of Al Mahmoudia. I was curious but cautious. I didn't know if it was a good idea to dig into the past of a place that seemed to have left people unsettled, but my curiosity got the better of me. So I made the call. Omar was in his early 50s, and when I spoke with him on the phone, he seemed eager to help, but also warned me to be careful. He mentioned that the village wasn't a place to be taken lightly, and that there were still some old-timers who lived nearby who would be less than thrilled about tourists poking around. He told me that the house I'd seen during my visit, the one that had belonged to the merchant, had become a sort of symbol of the village's misfortune. People just stop talking about it, Omar said, his voice low. No one knows exactly what happened to the merchant and his family, but it's like the place just changed. People started leaving. At first they thought it was just bad luck or something, but it became clear that something wasn't right. The more he talked, the more I felt that the village had become a place of stories and rumors. But the fact that Omar, someone who had lived there, seemed reluctant to dive deeper into the topic made me more interested. He reluctantly agreed to meet me in person the next day at a coffee shop in Cairo. It was the kind of conversation I wasn't sure I was ready for, but I wanted to hear what he had to say. The next morning I met Omar at the cafe. He was a tall, quiet man with sharp features. He didn't look like someone who had spent much time in a small village, but there was a certain weight to his presence. After a few pleasantries, we got to talking about Al Mahmoudia. He spoke slowly, as though carefully choosing his words. The merchant's family was well known around the village, Omar explained, leaning in a little. They were rich, yes, but they weren't good people. The rumors around town said they were involved in something. Something strange. He paused, as if considering whether to continue. But then one day they just disappeared. It's been years now, but the story still lingers. Omar told me that in the months leading up to their disappearance, the village had started experiencing strange things. Crops began to fail, animals started acting strangely, and the people's health seemed to decline. But the village wasn't the only one to suffer. It was almost as though the entire area around Al Mahmudia had been affected. People don't like to talk about it anymore, Omar added, his eyes darting around the cafe, as though worried someone might overhear. But when you live in a place like that for so long, you can't ignore the signs. I asked him what signs he was referring to, but Omar was quiet for a moment. He didn't answer right away, instead stirring his coffee, avoiding my gaze. Finally he spoke. There are still people who remember what happened. Old-timers mostly. They say that the merchant made a deal with something dark. And when he disappeared, so did his family. But no one could figure out exactly what happened to them, and the village started falling apart after that. People started getting sick and crops stopped growing. The ones who could left, and the ones who stayed. They say they never saw the merchant's family again. As I listened to him, I couldn't tell if Omar believed what he was saying, or if it was just a part of the mystery that had grown over the years. But there was something in his voice that made me wonder. He seemed unsettled when he talked about the family. It wasn't like he was telling a ghost story or trying to frighten me. It was just a story of something strange that had happened, something that was too hard to ignore. The more Omar spoke, the more it became clear that he didn't want to go into too much detail. He was holding something back, and it was almost as if he regretted ever telling me as much as he had. I asked him about the house, the merchant's home, but he shook his head, telling me that it was better to leave it alone. But there was something in his tone, something that told me the house held the key to everything. As I left the cafe, I felt a mix of excitement and unease. I had come to Cairo for adventure, but I wasn't expecting to be led down a path filled with so many unanswered questions. The village, its strange history, and the merchant's family. It was all starting to feel like a puzzle I couldn't stop trying to solve. That evening I returned to Al Mahmudia with the intention of going back to the house. I was on my own this time, having left Ahmed behind in Cairo. I knew it wasn't the smartest decision, but something about the place kept drawing me back. The village was still quiet when I arrived, and the sun was beginning to set. The shadows in the desert stretched long across the empty streets, and I could feel the temperature starting to drop. I walked through the village again, heading toward the house at the edge. As I got closer, the same strange feeling from before crept back in. The air felt thick, like it was hard to breathe, but I pushed forward. When I reached the house, I stood outside for a moment, looking at the old stone and the broken windows. It didn't seem like anything special at first glance, just a run-down building in the middle of nowhere. But as I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was as though the house was watching me. I wasn't sure how to explain it, but the longer I stood there, the more certain I became that I was being drawn into something I wasn't prepared for. I hesitated at the door for a few moments before I reached for the handle and turned it. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The house was dark, the only light coming from the fading sun outside. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and the air inside felt heavy. There were pieces of old furniture scattered around, covered in dust. But there was something else, something that made me feel like I wasn't alone. I took a few more steps into the house, trying to make sense of the strange atmosphere. Then I heard it, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the house. It wasn't a noise I could easily describe, but it was as though the house itself was responding. It wasn't a voice or anything clear, but a shift, like something was moving behind the walls. I stopped and looked around, but nothing was there. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Something about the house, about this place, didn't feel right. It was as though the air itself had changed. I turned and walked back toward the door, but before I could reach it, something stopped me. As I moved toward the door, I stopped halfway, suddenly feeling a weight in the air that hadn't been there before. The sound I'd heard earlier, the one that felt like something deep inside the house shifting, was louder now. It wasn't like the typical creaking of an old house. It was subtle but persistent, like a soft pressure, as though the house was trying to communicate. I didn't know how to explain it, but I wasn't about to stick around to figure it out. I turned around quickly, ready to leave. But as I did, I caught sight of something strange in the corner of the room. Something I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't anything dramatic, like a shadowy figure or anything like that, but it was an old portrait hanging crookedly on the wall. I hadn't paid attention to it when I first entered, but now it seemed almost out of place. The frame was dusty and cracked, and the face of the person in the painting was barely visible, obscured by time. I took a few steps closer, hesitant but curious. The portrait wasn't of the merchant, nor of anyone I recognized. Instead, it showed a man standing alone in a desert landscape, wearing old-fashioned clothes that looked out of place for the time. The background was an empty, barren wasteland. But what caught my eye wasn't the man himself. It was the way he seemed to be staring directly at me, his eyes seeming to follow my every movement. I shook my head and turned away from the painting, feeling a shiver run through me. It wasn't fear, per se, more like an overwhelming sense of discomfort. I walked back toward the door, telling myself that I was overreacting, that it was just an old house, a relic of a past long forgotten. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. My instinct told me to leave. I opened the door and stepped outside, breathing in the cooler air. But as I stepped out onto the porch, something stopped me again. I turned and looked back at the house. From where I stood, I could see the front door clearly. It was wide open, just as I had left it. But as I stood there, I noticed something new. A light flickering faintly in the second-floor window. I couldn't explain it. The village was still as quiet as ever, with not a soul in sight. But there it was, flickering like a candle, moving gently in the breeze. I tried to convince myself it was just the light from the sunset reflecting off the glass, but it didn't feel like that. The light wasn't natural. It wasn't the kind of light I expected in a house that had been abandoned for so long. It was too steady, too deliberate. Without thinking, I stepped back into the house. The door slammed behind me, almost like it had been pulled shut by an invisible hand. I didn't have time to react before the light in the window stopped flickering. It just went out. It wasn't a gradual fade or a dimming of the light. It was as if someone had turned it off suddenly and without explanation. I froze, standing in the entryway, unsure of what to do next. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't move. I felt stuck, as though I was waiting for something. Waiting. For what, I couldn't say. Then, just as quickly as the light had gone out, the sound I had heard earlier returned. Only this time, it was clearer. The shifting sound, the pressure I had felt earlier, wasn't just coming from the walls or the floor. It was coming from upstairs. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel the weight of it, like something was moving just out of sight. I made a split-second decision and bolted toward the door. I couldn't stand to be in the house anymore. Whatever was happening, I didn't want to be a part of it. As I reached the door, it flew open on its own, and I rushed out into the desert night, not stopping until I reached my car. I didn't look back. That night, I stayed in a nearby town, far away from Al Mahmoudia. I couldn't bring myself to go back to Cairo just yet. I needed space. My mind kept replaying the strange moments I had experienced. Those unsettling feelings, the flickering light, the sound coming from the house. And I couldn't shake the thought that there was something deeply wrong with the place. In the following days, I kept in touch with some locals I had met in Cairo. They seemed to know more about the area than they let on, but none of them would say much about Al Mahmoudia. When I mentioned it, they either changed the subject or gave me a warning glance. I got the sense that they were afraid, not just of the place, but of the history that had built up around it. One evening, I met with Omar again. This time, I didn't ask about the village directly. Instead, I asked him about other areas around the desert, places that had similar histories. His response was vague. But he told me that there were old, abandoned areas all over Egypt, remnants of places that had once been thriving communities. Some were left to decay, others simply forgotten, but all of them had their stories. When I asked him why Al-Mahmoudiya seemed so different, his answer was short. Some places are meant to be left alone. That was the last time I spoke to Omar about the village. I never returned to Al-Mahmoudiya, and I don't think I ever will. The feeling I got that night, the feeling that I was in the presence of something that had been forgotten or ignored by everyone around me, still lingers. It wasn't anything supernatural or ghostly, but it was unsettling. The history of the village, the strange things I'd witnessed, and the way everyone I met avoided talking about it. It all pointed to something bigger than just a few old buildings in the desert. I don't know what happened to the merchant and his family, and I probably never will, but I do know that some places aren't meant to be explored. Al-Mahmoudiya was one of those places, and while I'm glad I experienced it, I'm also thankful that I left when I did. This happened a couple of years ago during a road trip my friend Matt and I took. We'd planned it kind of last minute, so it wasn't one of those well-thought-out trips with mapped-out stops and fancy hotel reservations. Instead, we packed up my old sedan with some snacks, a tent, and a cooler full of drinks, deciding to follow whatever route seemed the most interesting on the map. The general idea was to see the countryside, hit some small towns, and camp wherever we could find a decent spot. By the third day of driving, we were way off our original route. We'd taken a few detours to explore old towns and stopped for a couple of hours at a random lake we saw on a back road. It wasn't anything special, but it felt good to get out of the car and stretch. Afterward, we just kept driving, letting the GPS reroute us as we went. The area we were in was pretty rural, mostly farmland with occasional clusters of houses or a small convenience store. It was late afternoon when we realized we were running low on gas. We weren't panicked or anything, but we hadn't seen a gas station in quite a while. The GPS wasn't super helpful since the signal kept cutting in and out, and the only thing it seemed to find was a place listed as Town Center about 10 miles ahead. We figured it was better than nothing, so we kept driving. When we got there, Town Center was a bit of an overstatement. It was more like a small village with one main street, a couple of old buildings, and a diner that looked like it hadn't been updated in decades. There was a gas station though, so we pulled in and filled up. While Matt handled the pump, I went inside to grab some snacks and a couple of drinks for the road. The guy at the counter seemed friendly enough, but the place had this weirdly quiet atmosphere. It wasn't creepy or anything, just off. There was an older woman sitting at one of the diner-style booths near the window, and she watched me the whole time I was in there. Not in an aggressive way, more like she was curious. I paid for the snacks and headed back to the car, trying not to overthink it. When I got outside, Matt was leaning against the car, looking down the road. "You see that?" he asked as I walked up. "See what?" He pointed to an open field just a little ways down from the gas station. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual, but then I saw what he was talking about. There was a group of people standing in a loose circle in the middle of the field. They weren't doing anything, just standing there facing inward. From where we were, it was hard to make out any details, but they didn't seem to be talking or moving around much. "Probably a community meeting or something," I said, tossing the snacks into the car. Matt shrugged. "In a field?" I didn't have an answer for that, so I just laughed and told him to get in the car. We drove out of the gas station, passing the field on our way out of town. Up close, the scene didn't make much more sense. There were maybe 20 or 30 people there, most of them dressed pretty normally, jeans, jackets, a couple of hats. But they weren't gathered around anything obvious, like a speaker or a table. It was just a bare patch of ground with some short grass. "Think they're having some kind of ceremony?" Matt joked as we drove past. "Who knows? Maybe it's just a town thing," I said. We didn't think much of it after that. The road out of town was quiet, with just a few scattered houses and barns along the way. We were still trying to figure out where to stop for the night, so I pulled up a camping app I'd downloaded earlier. It showed a spot about 20 minutes away, tucked near a river that ran along the edge of a forest. The campsite wasn't too bad when we got there. Just a small clearing with a fire pit and a picnic table. It wasn't an official campground, so there were no bathrooms or running water, but that was fine. We weren't planning on staying long. After setting up the tent and getting a fire going, we sat down with a couple of beers and talked about random stuff. Eventually, Matt brought up the people in the field again. That was kind of weird, don't you think? He asked. What, the people in the field? Yeah, they weren't doing anything, just standing there. It was like they were waiting for something. I thought about it for a second, but didn't really have an answer. I mean, it's a small town. People do weird stuff sometimes. Matt didn't look convinced. Still, though, what kind of meeting takes place in the middle of a field with no chairs or anything? I didn't feel like getting into it, so I just shrugged and changed the subject. We stayed up for another hour or so before calling it a night. The next morning we packed up and started driving again. The plan was to head toward the next big town and grab breakfast there. But as we were leaving, Matt brought up the field again. You want to check it out? He asked. What, the field? Yeah, just to see if there's anything there. It's on the way back. I wasn't super interested, but I didn't see the harm in it, so I agreed. We took the same road back through the village, and when we passed the field, it looked empty. The group of people was gone, but the grass where they'd been standing was trampled down. Matt wanted to pull over and take a closer look, so we parked by the side of the road and walked over. Up close, the area seemed pretty normal, but there were a couple of things that caught my attention. For one, there were faint marks in the dirt, like someone had been dragging something heavy across the ground. They weren't deep enough to leave a clear impression, but they crisscrossed the area where the people had been standing. There was also this smell, faint but noticeable. It wasn't anything strong, just a slight metallic tang in the air. Matt didn't seem to notice it though, so I didn't say anything. Think they were playing a game or something? Matt asked, kicking at the dirt. I don't know. Maybe, I said. We didn't stick around long after that. There wasn't much to see, and the longer we stood there, the more I started to feel like we were wasting time. We got back in the car and drove off, figuring that was the end of it. We didn't think much about the field after we left that morning. It was just one of those random little moments you run into on a road trip. Something odd you notice, but can't really explain, so you shrug it off. Matt mentioned it a couple more times while we drove, but the conversation always shifted back to something else, like where to stop for food or whether we should find a motel instead of camping again. It was a couple of hours later when things started to feel off. Not in a dramatic way, just enough to make us both a little uneasy. We'd been driving through a long stretch of road surrounded by forest. The trees were so dense on either side that it felt like we were in a tunnel. The road itself was empty. No cars in front of us, none behind. That wasn't too surprising given how remote the area was, but after driving for a while with nothing but trees and asphalt, it started to feel a little isolating. Matt was scrolling through his phone, trying to find something interesting nearby, when he suddenly said, "Hey, this is weird, I keep getting stuff about that town." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Like, I'm searching for places to stop, and all these results are for that little village we passed earlier. It's like nothing else is showing up." I glanced over at his screen. He was right. Every search result seemed to link back to the village. There were mentions of the gas station, the diner, and even a local historical society, but nothing about the towns ahead of us. It was like the internet was stuck on that one place. "Probably just bad signal," I said, trying to brush it off. Matt didn't look convinced, but he put his phone away and leaned back in his seat. We kept driving for another hour or so before we finally reached a small town with a diner. It wasn't much to look at, but we were starving, so we decided to stop. The place was pretty empty when we walked in. Just a couple of older guys sitting at the counter and a waitress who looked like she'd been working there for years. We grabbed a booth by the window and ordered burgers and fries, trying to shake off the weirdness from earlier. While we were eating, Matt started scrolling through his phone again. "Okay, now this is just creepy," he said, holding up his screen. It was a map of the area, and right in the middle was the village we'd passed through earlier. But what caught my eye was the red dot hovering over the field where we'd seen the group of people. "That's where we were," Matt said, pointing at the screen. "Maybe it's just a marker for a park or something," I said, trying not to make a big deal out of it. Matt tapped the dot, but nothing happened. No name, no description, just a red marker in the middle of nowhere. "It's not even labeled," he said, frowning. I didn't know what to say, so I just kept eating, hoping he'd drop it. But Matt wasn't the kind of person to let things go. "You want to go back?" he asked after a few minutes. "What?" "No," I said. "Why would we go back?" "Just to see. I mean, what if there's something there? We might have missed something." I thought he was being ridiculous, but part of me was curious too. There was something about the whole thing that didn't sit right with me, even if I couldn't put my finger on it. After a bit of back and forth, I finally gave in, figuring it wouldn't hurt to take a quick look. We finished our food, paid the check, and got back on the road. The drive back to the village took longer than I remembered, but when we finally pulled into the main street, it was as quiet as it had been. That morning, the gas station was still open and the diner had a couple of cars parked outside, but we didn't stop. Instead, we drove straight to the field. When we got there, it was empty again. No people, no noise, just the same trampled grass and faint marks in the dirt. Matt got out of the car first and I followed reluctantly. I wasn't sure what we were supposed to be looking for, but Matt seemed determined to find something. He wandered around the area, kicking at the dirt and checking the ground like he was looking for clues. I stayed near the car, feeling increasingly out of place. The air was still and heavy like it had been earlier, and there was that faint metallic smell again. "Hey, come look at this," Matt called after a while. I walked over to where he was, standing, and saw what he'd found. It was a small pile of stones arranged in a loose circle. In the middle was a piece of cloth that looked like it had been burned. "Think it's part of a ritual or something?" Matt asked, poking at the stones with his foot. "Maybe," I said, though I wasn't sure. It could have been anything, a campfire, a prank, or just some random junk someone left behind. But as we stood there, I started to feel this weird sense of unease. It wasn't fear exactly, just this nagging feeling that we shouldn't be there. I wanted to leave, but Matt wasn't ready to go. He kept looking around like he was trying to find something else to prove his theory. Finally, I convinced him to head back to the car. As we were walking back, though, I noticed something on the edge of the field. Another small pile of stones, similar to the first one. "Do you think there's more of these?" I asked, pointing it out. Matt didn't say anything, but I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. There was something deliberate about the way the stones were arranged, like they were part of a larger pattern. We didn't stick around to find out. The whole thing was starting to feel too strange, and I didn't want to push our luck. We didn't talk much on the way back to the car. The mood had shifted in a way that I couldn't quite explain. It wasn't like we were scared, but there was this pressure in the air that made it feel like we should just leave. The moment we got into the car, Matt immediately started the engine and we drove off without a word. We didn't go back to the diner or gas station this time. We just wanted to get out of that village, away from that field, and back on the road. The drive felt longer than it should have, even though we were only about half an hour away from where we had been earlier. The further we got, the more it felt like we were leaving something behind, but I couldn't tell if it was relief or something else. As we drove, I noticed something strange happening with Matt's phone. He kept checking it and getting frustrated. "It's just acting up again," he said, glancing over at me. "I can't even load a map properly." I didn't think much of it at first, but when I glanced over at his screen, I saw what he meant. The map was showing the same village we had just left, even though we were far away by now. It was as if we hadn't gone anywhere. I didn't say anything at first. Part of me thought it was just a glitch or something, but it didn't sit right. "You want to stop somewhere else?" I asked, trying to change the subject. I didn't want to dwell on the weirdness. Matt didn't answer right away. Instead, he kept scrolling through his phone, tapping it repeatedly. "This is so weird," he muttered. Then he looked up at me, his face pale. "It's showing us going back." "What do you mean? We were heading this way, right?" We're going the right direction, he said, pointing ahead. But it's showing us going back to the village. I don't even know how we got here. I wasn't sure what he meant. I glanced at the GPS, but sure enough, the route was flipped. The screen showed us heading back toward the town we had just left. We're not going back, I said, trying to sound confident. Just turn it off. We're fine. But Matt didn't seem convinced. He pulled off onto a dirt road a little further down, thinking he could reset the GPS or maybe get a signal back. As we turned off the main road, I looked out the window, hoping to shake off the weird feeling that had been growing since we left the field. The road we were on seemed pretty normal, just a dirt track with trees on either side. But something felt off. It wasn't like we were lost, it was just this sense of being on the wrong path. We drove for another few minutes and I could see that Matt was getting frustrated. "This is ridiculous," he muttered, slamming the steering wheel. Before I could say anything, I saw something in the corner of my eye. It was just a quick flash at first, but I turned my head to look and saw a figure standing by the side of the road. It was someone in a dark jacket, just standing there, not moving, watching the car. It was so strange that I almost didn't believe it, but when I looked again, the figure was still there. I didn't say anything at first, but when I looked over at Matt, I could see his eyes widen. "Did you see that?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah." We both kept staring, trying to make sense of it. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure disappeared into the trees, blending into the shadows like it hadn't been there at all. "Did we just—" Matt started to ask, but then he stopped. There was this long silence between us, both of us trying to process what had just happened. "I don't know," I said finally. He didn't respond. He just kept driving, his grip tight on the wheel, eyes darting around the road like he was expecting something to jump out at us. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just stayed quiet. We didn't talk for the rest of the drive. Eventually, after what felt like a long time, we started seeing signs for the next town. We both relaxed a little, thinking we were finally out of whatever was going on. The GPS was back to normal, showing the right route, and the air in the car didn't feel as tense. When we finally got to the town, it looked like any other small, quiet place. We grabbed a coffee and sat at a local diner, trying to shake off the feeling of everything that had happened. The whole trip had started to feel like a strange dream, something that didn't quite make sense. As we sat there, Matt pulled out his phone again. This time it was loaded with results, places to eat, gas stations, hotels. But when he scrolled down the list of options, his face went pale once more. "There's one place here," he said, showing me the screen. I looked at it, trying to see what he was talking about. It was the name of a place in the village we had passed. Except this time it was listed as a meeting hall. There was no description, just an address and a phone number. "I swear we passed it," Matt said, voice shaking slightly. "It wasn't on the map before." We didn't discuss it anymore. We left the diner, got back in the car, and drove toward a completely different town, far away from the one we had just visited. But the rest of the trip was normal. For a while after that, Matt and I didn't talk about it. Not until months later when he brought it up again one night over beers. "I can't get that trip out of my head," he said, half joking. "It's like we were in some kind of loop or something. Like that whole village wasn't real." I didn't know what to say because part of me wondered if it wasn't. The weirder part was that we never talked about it with anyone else. We never even mentioned it to the people we met along the way. When Sarah and I bought the mansion, we didn't know much about its history. The place was old, really old, and in a lot of disrepair, but we didn't care. We had this dream of fixing it up, making it into something beautiful. It was an ambitious project, but we were both excited about it. We wanted a challenge, something that would bring us closer as a couple. Plus, the price was right. It was located on a large plot of land just outside a small town, surrounded by trees and with a view of a small lake off in the distance. We both imagined how nice it would be to have a little escape from the hustle and bustle of city life. The first time we saw the house, we were both taken aback by how big it was. It looked almost like a mansion from an old movie. High ceilings, large rooms, big windows, but it was clear that it hadn't been cared for in decades. The paint was peeling and there was a noticeable sag in the roof. The garden was overgrown with weeds and the path leading up to the front door was cracked and uneven, but we could see past all of that. The potential was there. When we signed the papers and got the keys, we didn't waste any time. The first thing we did was hire a crew to help us with the heavy lifting, gutting out some of the old walls, removing old furniture, and tearing down any parts of the structure that were beyond saving. It was the beginning of what was supposed to be a long, rewarding process. We spent weeks sorting through old, dusty rooms. Some parts of the house were nearly untouched since the last owners left, with furniture still in place, and even some clothes left hanging in closets. One of the first things we noticed was how quiet the house was. And I don't mean quiet like it was just empty. I mean it felt like there was an almost oppressive silence, especially in the deeper rooms. The upstairs was particularly bad. The floors creaked with every step, and it was always colder in the back rooms, no matter how many windows were open or how much the heat was on. But that's all it was, right? Old houses tend to be cold and drafty. No big deal. We shrugged it off, kept working, and got to fixing things up. We didn't know exactly when things started to feel strange. It wasn't sudden, but over time, certain things began to feel off. Nothing specific, but little things that didn't add up. One evening, I was upstairs in one of the bedrooms, trying to measure a wall to see where we could put a new window. The room was pretty large, with high ceilings and a big old fireplace in the center of the room. As I was measuring the wall, I noticed that one of the doors wasn't fully closed. It was a small thing, barely noticeable, but it caught my attention. The door to a small closet at the far end of the room, which had been locked for as long as we'd been there, was open just a crack. I thought it was odd, but maybe I had left it that way. I closed it, then continued working. The whole time I kept thinking about how strange it was that the closet had been locked when we first moved in. It was one of the first things we had planned to check, but somehow we never got around to it. Later, that evening, Sarah and I sat down to have dinner in the kitchen. The kitchen was on the main floor, just off the dining room. I mentioned the door, but Sarah didn't think much of it. "Maybe you just didn't lock it properly," she suggested. It made sense at the time, so we moved on and continued with our evening. A couple of days later, I was back in the same room, this time working on pulling up some of the old flooring. The boards were warped and splintered in some places, so it was taking a lot of time and effort. After a while, I took a break, sitting on the floor and wiping my hands on a rag. As I was sitting there, something caught my eye. It was the same closet door. It was open again. This time it wasn't just slightly ajar. It was halfway open, just enough for me to see inside. But the strangest part wasn't the door. It was the way the room inside looked. I had been in that closet several times already, checking it for any useful materials. But now, it looked different. The shelves that were in there before were gone, and in their place were several old, faded paintings leaning against the back wall. They were covered in dust, and the edges were curled up as if they'd been there for a long time. I had no idea where they came from. We hadn't put anything in the closet yet. I didn't say anything to Sarah at first. I didn't want to freak her out. But I closed the door and moved on with what I was doing. A part of me wondered if it was just another odd quirk of an old house. Things moving around by themselves, little shifts in the space. Old houses do that, right? The next morning, I brought it up to Sarah while we were having coffee. "Hey, did you put those paintings in the closet?" I asked casually. She looked at me, confused. "No, why?" "Because they were there when I went in yesterday." She frowned, thinking for a second. "That's weird. I don't remember putting anything in that closet." It wasn't a big deal, really. We both agreed it was probably nothing and went on with our day. But over the next week, more little things started happening. The door to the closet would be open again, sometimes even when we were both in other parts of the house. Paintings would move slightly, even though no one had touched them. Then, the real oddness started. One evening, after a long day of work, we were sitting in the living room taking a break. I was on the couch and Sarah was reading a book when we both heard something. It wasn't loud, just the faint sound of footsteps. I know it sounds silly, but it's true. There was this soft tap, tap, tap sound from upstairs. It wasn't a heavy step, more like the sound of someone walking slowly, carefully. I couldn't explain it, but it didn't sit right with me. I turned to Sarah. "Did you hear that?" She looked up from her book and nodded. "Yeah, I heard it, but it's probably just the house settling." That's what I wanted to believe. But as we sat there in the quiet, listening to the sound of those steps, something in me started to feel uneasy. It didn't sound like the house settling. It sounded like someone walking. After a few minutes, the sound stopped, and everything was quiet again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in the house. Like there was something else in there with us, just out of sight. I tried to ignore it. We both did. But after that, it became harder to shake that feeling of being watched, like something was lurking in the background just waiting for us to notice. Over the next few weeks, things continued to get weird. At first, I thought I was just letting my imagination run wild. Maybe the house was just old, and my mind was looking for things to explain the odd little events we were noticing. The paintings in the closet, the footsteps that seemed to echo from upstairs, the door that always seemed to be open when it shouldn't be. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Old houses settle and the wind makes things creak. But eventually, I couldn't ignore it anymore. It was a Saturday afternoon, and Sarah and I were working in the upstairs hallway. The room we were working on was one of the biggest, and it needed a lot of work. We were stripping down wallpaper, sanding down the walls, and getting ready to repaint. We had spent most of the day up there working side by side, and the whole place was covered in dust. It was the kind of project that required focus, but by mid-afternoon, we were both starting to feel a little worn out. I was standing on a ladder, peeling off the last bits of old wallpaper on the ceiling. Sarah was in the hallway, putting things back in place when I heard her call out to me. "Hey, can you come here for a second?" I climbed down the ladder and walked into the hallway. Sarah was standing near the closet at the end of the hall, looking down at something in her hands. "Look at this," she said. I walked over and saw that she was holding a small old book. It looked like it had been hidden in the back of the closet. Its cover was worn and faded, and the pages inside were yellowed with age. "Where did you find this?" I asked. "Behind the shelves, stuck way in the back. I don't know how it got there." I took the book from her, flipping through the pages. It didn't seem like a regular book. There were no titles, no authors listed, just page after page of writing in a neat but unfamiliar script. The pages were mostly blank, but in the margins there were drawings. They looked like sketches of the house, sketches of rooms that didn't exist anymore. "Did you look through this?" I asked Sarah. "No, I didn't want to. It felt strange. I thought you should take a look." I nodded, my fingers tracing over the pages as I looked at the sketches. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but there was something about the drawings that made me feel uneasy. They weren't just random sketches. They seemed purposeful, almost like someone had spent a long time working on them, trying to capture something. I tucked the book under my arm, determined to look through it more later. But as I stood up to leave the hallway, something caught my eye. The door to the closet at the end of the hall was open again. This wasn't the first time we'd noticed this. The door had a tendency to open by itself, sometimes just a crack, sometimes wider. But today it was open all the way and I could see inside. The closet looked the same as always, dusty shelves and old things we hadn't touched yet. But there was something different about it. There was a chair in the middle of the closet. I don't know why, but seeing that chair there, sitting in the middle of the floor where it hadn't been before, made my stomach drop. It didn't belong there. There had never been a chair in the closet when we had checked before. We had been in and out of that space several times during the renovation, and I was sure there was nothing there when we started working. I turned to Sarah, my voice low. "Did you put that chair in there?" She looked at me, her face pale. "No, I didn't put it there." The air around us seemed to feel heavier, and I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. There was something wrong with this place. Didn't want to say it out loud, but I knew. I couldn't ignore it anymore. The house wasn't just old, it was doing something to us. It wasn't just the renovations or the things we had uncovered. It felt like the house was responding to us, pushing us deeper into its history, making us see things we didn't want to see. I walked over to the closet, feeling a tightness in my chest, and pulled the door shut. As I did, I glanced over at Sarah, who was still standing in the hallway watching me. We didn't say anything. We both knew it wasn't a coincidence. Something had been changing. That night, after we finished working for the day, we were both too tired to talk much. We had dinner and sat on the couch watching TV for a while, but I couldn't stop thinking about the chair in the closet, the book, the drawings, the way things were shifting around. Around 10 p.m., we decided to head to bed. The house felt quieter than usual, and for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. We had been working all day, and we were both exhausted, but as soon as I lay down, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing sounds, little things like the creak of the floorboards or the faint sound of footsteps moving around upstairs. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the house settling again, but this time it was different. It felt more deliberate, like someone was walking through the hallways, checking the rooms, making sure everything was in place. I could hear Sarah breathing steadily beside me, completely unaware of what I was hearing, but I couldn't shake the sensation that something was going on. I finally got up around midnight, unable to sleep. I walked downstairs to get a glass of water, trying to shake off the unease that had settled into my bones. The kitchen was dark, and the house was silent except for the occasional creak from upstairs. But as I stood there, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The front door creaked open. I froze, staring at the door from across the room. There was no reason for anyone to be coming in or out. No one had been over, and we always locked the door when we went to bed. I walked cautiously over to the door, the floorboards creaking under my feet. As I reached the door, I saw it was slightly open, just enough to let in the night air. I was about to close it when I heard a voice from upstairs. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. It sounded like someone was speaking softly, almost like they were reading aloud, but the words were muffled, distant. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to call Sarah, but I didn't want to wake her up. The air around me felt thick, and the house suddenly seemed much bigger than it had before. I slowly closed the door, making sure it was locked, and walked back upstairs. When I got to the landing, I looked down the hallway where the closet door stood slightly ajar. I could swear I saw something move in the shadows. I stood frozen at the top of the stairs for a moment, my eyes fixed on the hallway ahead. The door to the closet was still open, just a crack. It didn't make any sense. Everything inside me screamed that I should turn around and leave, but my feet wouldn't move. I had to know what was going on. I slowly started walking down the hallway, my breath shallow. Each step felt like it was taking longer than it should, and the silence was so thick that it felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. I reached the door to the closet and hesitated for a second before pushing it open the rest of the way. Nothing. The closet was empty. The chair was gone. But there was something else. I don't know how to describe it, but when I looked inside, it felt different. There was an odd smell in the air, almost like mildew, but sharper. It lingered in the air, and when I took a deep breath, I could feel it settle in my chest. I glanced over at Sarah's room, wondering if I should wake her up, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't want to seem paranoid or worse, crazy. As I stood there, staring into the closet, I heard a sound from upstairs. It was a loud thud, followed by what sounded like something scraping across the floor. I froze, feeling my heartbeat faster. The noise was coming from the attic, where we hadn't even begun working. It was the last place we needed to go, and honestly, I'd been avoiding it. There was something unsettling about it, like the attic didn't belong to the house anymore, but I couldn't ignore it now. I turned around and walked toward the attic stairs. The old wooden door at the end of the hall was slightly ajar, and I could see the dim light from the landing shining through. My steps felt heavier as I moved closer to the door, and I reached out to grab the handle. Before I could turn it, the scraping sound came again, louder this time. It made my skin crawl like something was dragging itself across the floor, scraping its way toward me. I pushed the door open, The attic was darker than I remembered. There was no light up there, and the small window at the far end of the room barely let in any moonlight. The floor was covered in dust, and the air felt stale. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, but the scraping sound was so loud now that I had no choice but to move forward. I took a few steps into the attic, the wood creaking under my feet. The noise stopped suddenly. It was so quiet that I could hear my own breathing. I looked around, but there was nothing. The old furniture, the dusty boxes, and the forgotten junk were all in their places. Everything seemed normal, but my eyes were drawn to one corner of the room. There, lying on the floor in the shadows, was the chair. The same chair I had seen earlier, the one that had appeared in the closet. My hands started to shake as I slowly approached the chair. It was an old wooden chair, like the kind you'd find in a basement or an attic. It wasn't anything special, but seeing it there in the attic made everything feel off, like it shouldn't have been there, like it had always been there, waiting for me to find it. I reached out to touch it, but the moment my fingers brushed the edge of the seat, I heard a noise behind me, a door creaking. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. The attic door was closed now. I hadn't heard it close, but there it was, shut tight. I wasn't sure what I expected to find. No one had followed me up here. Sarah was downstairs, fast asleep, probably unaware of everything going on, but I felt like I was being watched. I backed away from the chair slowly, my eyes never leaving the door. I turned around to leave the attic when I saw something else, something that wasn't there before. The book. It was lying on the floor at the foot of the stairs. The same book that Sarah and I had found earlier, the one with the strange drawings and writing. How had it gotten up here? We had left it downstairs, and I was sure it hadn't moved on its own. I picked it up hesitantly, feeling the weight of it in my hands. The book was warm, as though it had been touched recently. I flipped it open, my eyes scanning the pages again. But the drawings were different this time. There were new sketches of the attic, but the drawings weren't just of the room. They were of the chair, the same chair I had just seen. And in the corner of one of the drawings was a small familiar symbol. I felt a shiver run through me. It wasn't just a random design. I had seen that symbol before, but I couldn't place it. It felt like it had been following me, like it had been lurking in the corners of the house since we moved in. Suddenly, I heard footsteps again, this time coming from the hallway. I spun around, convinced someone was standing there. But when I looked, the hallway was empty. I rushed out of the attic, slamming the door shut behind me. My mind was racing, trying to process everything. The chair, the book, the drawings, the feeling that we were being drawn into something, into a part of the house that had never been meant to be found. I ran downstairs to Sarah's room, waking her up. "Sarah, we need to leave," I said urgently. She blinked, confused, and sat up in bed. "What are you talking about?" "We need to leave the house. Now." I don't know why I felt that way, but it was like the house had shifted, like something inside it was awake now, and it wasn't going to let us go until we understood what it wanted. We packed up as quickly as we could, but as I grabbed my jacket from the hallway, I saw something I wasn't expecting. The closet door was open again. I had closed it earlier. I was sure of it. But this time, when I looked inside, the chair was there again, sitting quietly in the corner of the closet. It had moved on its own. I didn't look any longer. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her out of the house. We never went back to that place. We still don't know what happened or why the house felt the way it did. It was old, yes, but it wasn't just that. There was something wrong about it, something we couldn't explain. We never found out who had lived there before us, or why the house felt so alive. But the one thing we agreed on was that whatever was in that house, whatever was making its presence known, was still there. And we didn't want to stick around to find out more. We left, and we never looked back. The amusement park sat on the outskirts of town, a decaying relic of someone's failed dream. I'd driven past it dozens of times while visiting my uncle's place, but I never gave it much thought. It was one of those places people mentioned, in passing, like, "Oh, that used to be a big deal back in the day," but no one seemed to remember what exactly happened to shut it down. I was staying with my uncle and his family for a couple of weeks while on a short break from work. They lived in a small town where the most exciting thing to do was probably getting an extra topping on your pizza. It was my second night there, and after dinner, I decided to stretch my legs and walk around. The streets were quiet, as you'd expect for a place where the grocery store closes at 8 p.m. My uncle's house was at the edge of the neighborhood, with only a narrow strip of trees separating his street from the old amusement park. The park's outline was just barely visible through the trees, rusted fences, a skeletal Ferris wheel, and the faint shapes of crumbling buildings. As I walked along the road, I noticed a small path leading into the trees. It wasn't a proper trail, just a narrow, beaten path that looked like it had been carved out by years of curious teenagers. On a whim, I decided to follow it. The dirt was soft under my sneakers, and every few steps I'd brush past low-hanging branches or push aside bushes. It wasn't long before I found myself standing near the fence that surrounded the park. The fence was one of those old chain-link ones, with patches of rust and spots where the links had been bent or broken. Through the gaps, I could see the Ferris wheel up close. It was a lot bigger than I'd imagined, though most of its paint had peeled off, leaving behind a dull gray skeleton. The other rides were harder to make out in the dim light, but I could see what looked like the remains of a carousel, with some horses lying on their sides. Their colors faded to almost nothing. As I walked along the perimeter of the fence, noticed a laminated piece of paper stuck to one of the posts. It looked like it had been pinned there fairly recently. Curious, I stepped closer. It was one of those missing person flyers, the kind you'd see on bulletin boards or telephone poles. At first, I didn't pay much attention to the details. The photo was black and white, showing a young man in his 20s. He had short hair, a clean-shaven face, and was wearing a jacket that looked a bit dated. His name was printed in bold letters at the top, followed by a description of his height, weight, and the clothes he was last seen wearing. I figured it was old, maybe left there by someone trying to stir up memories of a case long forgotten. But then I saw the date printed at the bottom, January of this year. It was July now, which meant the flyer couldn't have been up for more than 6 months. The paper itself looked too fresh to have been exposed to the weather for that long, though. It wasn't faded or torn like you'd expect. It was almost as if someone had put it there recently. I glanced around, feeling a little self-conscious about standing there so long. It wasn't like anyone was around to see me, but there was something strange about reading a missing person flyer near an abandoned park. I decided to keep walking, but as I turned to leave, I noticed something else pinned to the fence a few posts down. It looked like another flyer, but it was hard to tell in the dim light. I walked over to check it out. This one was older, with the edges curled up and yellowed from the sun. It was for a different person, a young woman this time. Her photo was grainy, like it had been scanned from an old print. She had long hair tied back in a ponytail and was smiling in the picture. Her name and description were similar to the first flyer, though this one didn't have a date printed on it. Instead, there was just a note at the bottom that said, "Last, seen near Ridgeway Park." I'd never heard the park's name before, but I guessed it must have been the amusement park's official name back in the day. For some reason, seeing the woman's face made me feel uneasy. Maybe it was the way her smile seemed out of place on a missing person flyer, or maybe it was the fact that her description mentioned she'd last been seen near here. I turned back, toward the path leading to the road, but as I did, I noticed something even stranger. Scattered near the base of the fence were a few small objects: an old shoe, a torn piece of fabric, and what looked like a toy car. They didn't seem connected to each other, but their placement felt odd. It was almost like someone had deliberately left them there. I thought about taking a picture of the flyers with my phone, but the idea felt weirdly invasive. Instead, I just stood there for a moment, looking at the fence and the park beyond it. The Ferris wheel creaked slightly in the wind, or maybe it was just my imagination. I didn't feel scared exactly, but there was definitely something about the place that felt off. I started walking back toward the road, trying to shake off the strange feeling. It wasn't like I'd seen anything truly out of the ordinary, just some old flyers and random junk. But as I reached the edge of the trees and stepped onto the pavement, I realized I hadn't heard a single sound the entire time I'd been out there. No birds, no insects, nothing. Back at my uncle's house, I didn't mention the flyers or the park. It wasn't like I'd discovered anything important, and I didn't want to sound like I was overthinking it. Still, I couldn't quite get the images of those faces out of my head. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the park. I told myself it was just curiosity. An old amusement park was inherently interesting in a nostalgic way. But I knew that wasn't the whole truth. The missing person flyers and the odd objects scattered near the fence had left a strange impression on me. It felt like there was more to the place than just rusty rides and forgotten memories. After dinner that evening, I decided to head back. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. My uncle and his family weren't the type to overreact, but I didn't want to deal with questions about why I was so interested in an old park. I grabbed a flashlight and left the house just as the sun was setting. The walk to the park was quicker the second time. I followed the same narrow path through the trees, this time knowing exactly where it would lead. When I reached the fence, everything looked just as it had the night before. The Ferris wheel loomed in the distance, its skeletal frame barely visible in the fading light. The flyers were still pinned to the fence, and the small objects were still scattered at its base. I stood there for a moment, shining my flashlight over the fence and into the park. The beam of light swept across the empty rides and crumbling buildings, but there wasn't much to see. The place looked even more desolate than I'd remembered, the kind of space that felt forgotten by time. As I moved the flashlight around, it caught on something I hadn't noticed before. Near the base of the Ferris wheel there was a small shack. It looked like it might have been a ticket booth or a maintenance shed at some point, though the roof had partially caved in. There was no reason for me to be interested in it, but for some reason I couldn't stop looking at it. Before I could think too much about what I was doing, I found myself searching the fence for an opening. It didn't take long to find a spot where the chain link had been cut and pulled back, creating just enough space to squeeze through. I hesitated for a moment, but then I ducked under the torn metal and stepped into the park. The air inside felt different, though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. It wasn't colder or quieter, just heavier somehow. I started walking toward the Ferris wheel, my flashlight guiding the way. The ground was uneven with weeds and patches of cracked asphalt, making every step feel uncertain. When I reached the base of the Ferris wheel, I stopped to look around. Up close, the wheel was even more imposing. Its metal frame was covered in rust, and most of the gondolas were missing or hanging at odd angles. The shack I'd seen earlier was just a few feet away, and I could see now that its door was slightly ajar. I don't know what I was expecting to find, but the sight of the shack made me uneasy. I told myself it was just a building, probably filled with nothing more than old junk, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I shouldn't go near it. Still, curiosity won out. I walked over to the shack and pushed the door open with the end of my flashlight. The hinges groaned, but the door moved easily enough. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint smell of mildew. The flashlight beam swept over the interior, revealing a small, cluttered space. There were shelves lined with tools and cans of paint, most of them rusted or leaking. In the corner, there was a pile of what looked like old uniforms, faded shirts and hats with the park's logo barely visible. But what caught my attention most was a large metal box sitting in the center of the room. It looked like an old storage locker, the kind you'd see in a school or gym. There was a heavy padlock on the front, but the lock was open, hanging loosely from the latch. I didn't want to touch it, but I couldn't just leave without looking inside. I crouched down and pulled the door open. Inside the locker, there were a few items that didn't seem to belong together. A pair of sneakers, a wallet, and a small notebook. The sneakers were worn but clean, as if they hadn't been there long. The wallet was empty, except for a few receipts and an ID card with a name I didn't recognize. The notebook was the strangest thing. Its cover was plain, with no markings or labels. When I opened it, I saw that the pages were filled with messy handwriting, as if someone had been jotting down thoughts in a hurry. Most of it didn't make much sense. random words, phrases, and numbers. But as I flipped through, I noticed a pattern. Every few pages there was a list of names, each one followed by a date. Some of the names had been crossed out, while others were underlined. I didn't recognize any of the names, but they reminded me of the ones on the missing person flyers. I stood up quickly, suddenly feeling like I shouldn't be there. The notebook was still in my hands, and for a moment, I debated whether I should take it with me. But before I could decide, I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just a faint rustling sound, like someone shifting their weight on gravel. I froze, listening for any other noise, but everything was silent again. Slowly, I set the notebook back in the locker and closed the door. I stepped outside the shack and looked around, shining my flashlight in every direction. The park was as empty as ever, but the feeling that someone else was there lingered. I didn't want to stick around to find out. I didn't waste any time getting out of the park. I retraced my steps back to the gap in the fence, moving quickly but trying not to panic. The flashlight beam bounced with each step, casting shifting shadows that made the path feel narrower than before. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was behind me. When I finally reached the torn section of the fence, I squeezed through without looking back. The second I was on the other side, I felt a strange sense of relief, like I'd crossed some invisible boundary, but that relief was short-lived. As I started down the path toward my uncle's house, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. They weren't loud or hurried, just the steady crunch of someone walking at a deliberate pace. I turned around, shining the flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing there. The rational part of me wanted to believe it was an animal or even just the echo of my own footsteps. But deep down, I knew better. The sound was too distinct, too human. I quickened my pace, trying to stay calm. The path seemed longer than it had before, as if the forest had stretched out in the time I'd been gone. The flashlight's beam only reached so far, leaving everything beyond its circle of light shrouded in darkness. When I finally saw the lights of my uncle's house through the trees, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I jogged the rest of the way, not bothering to look back again. Once I was inside, I locked the door and headed straight to my room. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there was no one following me. But the unease lingered. I spent the next day trying to act normal around my uncle's family, but it wasn't easy. I kept thinking about the park, the notebook, and the strange sounds I'd heard on my way back. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. Part of me didn't want to admit how spooked I'd been, but another part felt like it wasn't worth explaining. That evening, I decided to do a bit of research on the park. I didn't expect to find much, but I figured it was worth a shot. I started with the name of the park and a few keywords like abandoned and history. At first, most of the results were exactly what I expected, articles about the park's heyday and its eventual closure. But then I stumbled across a forum thread that caught my attention. It was titled, "Creepy Encounters at Green Valley Amusement Park," and it had dozens of replies from people sharing their experiences. Most of them sounded like urban legends, stories about ghost sightings, strange noises, and unexplained lights. But a few posts stood out. Several people mentioned the Ferris wheel and the shack nearby. One person even described finding a metal locker with personal items inside. They didn't mention a notebook, but they said the locker had been empty when they checked it. Another post talked about the missing person flyers near the fence. The person claimed that some of the names on the flyers matched names from local police reports. They also mentioned seeing someone near the park at night, a man in dark clothing who disappeared into the trees when they tried to approach. The more I read, the more unsettled I felt. None of the stories provided clear answers, but they all hinted at something strange going on. It was enough to make me question whether I should go back to the park. For the rest of my visit, I avoided the path through the woods. I didn't tell my uncle or his family about what I'd found, and I didn't try to explain why I seemed distracted. I just counted down the days until I could go home. Even after I left, I couldn't stop thinking about the park, the notebook, the missing person flyers, the strange sounds. None of it made sense, and I wasn't sure I wanted it to. I considered contacting the police or sharing what I'd found online, but I kept talking myself out of it. To this day, I don't know what was really going on at Green Valley Amusement Park. Maybe it was just an abandoned place with a lot of rumors attached to it. Or maybe there was something more sinister happening behind the scenes. Either way, I've never been back. And every now and then, when I'm walking alone at night, I catch myself listening for footsteps that aren't there. It was the start of senior year when I found myself working on the yearbook. I didn't think I'd get the chance, honestly. My grades weren't terrible, but I wasn't the first person they'd pick for something like this. But when the yearbook committee was struggling to get people to sign up, I thought, why not? I figured it would be a good way to stay involved without committing to anything too intense. I was assigned to help with photo organization. It didn't sound like a big deal, and honestly it wasn't. A couple of days a week I'd sit in the back of the yearbook room and sort through photos from different school events. Some were from last year, some were more recent, and a few were from past years, some even from when the school first opened. It wasn't the most exciting job, but I didn't mind. It was quiet and simple, and I could do it while listening to music. Everything seemed normal at first. The yearbook room was always a little stuffy, and the fluorescent lights flickered sometimes. But that was typical for old classrooms like that. The room itself was tucked away in a corner of the school, and it had a sort of forgotten feel to it. Not many people passed through there except for the occasional yearbook staff member who needed to grab something or ask a question. One afternoon, while going through a new batch of photos, I found something odd. I had just finished sorting through the more recent pictures from the homecoming dance when I noticed something strange in a batch of old photos from a few years ago. There was a picture of a group of students smiling at the camera like you'd expect at any high school event. I had been looking at photos like that for hours, so nothing really stood out at first. But when I zoomed in on one of the faces in the photo, something didn't feel right. It wasn't the expression. Everyone looked happy enough, but the person in the middle, wearing a bright red dress, caught my attention. Her face seemed off. I couldn't explain it at the time. It wasn't that she looked like she didn't belong, but there was something about her that made me pause. She was just too still. Too perfect, I guess. Her smile didn't seem natural, and her eyes looked almost blank, like she wasn't really looking at the camera. I couldn't remember seeing her around school before, and I'd been at this school since freshman year. I figured maybe she'd been an exchange student or someone who'd only gone to school here for a year. I didn't think much more of it at the time. But the photo stuck with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong about it, even though I couldn't pinpoint what. Later that week, I was back in the yearbook room working on organizing the photos from previous years. The more I looked at that photo, the more curious I became about the girl in the red dress. I thought maybe I'd seen her in other photos, or maybe someone else would recognize her if I asked. So I started going through older yearbooks from years before I'd been in high school. I flipped through the pages, scanning pictures of students I'd never met, looking for any sign of her. Eventually, I found a yearbook from a few years before my time, from when I was still in middle school. I opened it and started flipping through, just skimming the pages. It was then that I saw her again. Same dress, same face. This time, the photo was taken in front of the school's main entrance during an event I couldn't identify, but the girl was unmistakable. The same blank expression, the same smile that didn't quite match the rest of the people around her. I flipped to the page next to it, hoping there might be some information about who she was, but there was nothing. The photo wasn't labeled, with names, no explanation. Just the girl smiling in the same way, standing with other students. The weird part? I knew some of those students. They were people who had graduated years ago, and I'd heard their names around school, but none of them seemed to recognize the girl either. No one could remember her. It was starting to feel like I was losing my mind. I wasn't exactly scared, but it was starting to get under my skin. I had to know who she was. I needed some kind of explanation. Maybe she was a friend of someone. Maybe she was a student who had transferred out, but it didn't feel right. I decided to take the photo to my friend Amanda. She had been on the yearbook committee the year before and was more familiar with the history of the school. She would know if I was missing something obvious. When I showed Amanda the photo, she paused and stared at it for a few moments longer than I expected. I thought she might just laugh it off or recognize the girl, but she didn't do either. "Where? Did you find this?" she asked, her tone serious. "In the stack of photos for the homecoming dance. I know it's an old photo, but I don't recognize her, and no one else seems to either. Do you know who she is?" Amanda shook her head slowly. "No," she said. "I've never seen her before, but..." She trailed off. "But what?" I asked, feeling a bit uneasy. "Is she in any other photos?" she asked, flipping through the pages of the yearbook I'd brought with me. "I think she's in one from when the school first opened," I replied. "I was looking through some old yearbooks earlier, and I saw her again." Amanda raised an eyebrow. "That's weird. You should probably stop digging into it. Some things are better left alone." That comment caught me off guard. I hadn't expected her to act so cautious. Amanda wasn't easily spooked, so hearing her speak like that made me feel even more uneasy about the whole situation. I spent the rest of the week avoiding the yearbook room. I didn't want to look at that photo again, and I definitely didn't want to keep searching through old yearbooks. But every time I thought about it, I felt a pull to go back. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. But part of me wasn't so sure anymore. I tried to get back to my normal routine, focusing on schoolwork and hanging out with friends. But every time I walked through the halls of the school, I couldn't help but think about the girl in the red dress. I kept wondering who she was, why she was in those photos, and why no one seemed to remember her. The more I tried to forget about it, the more it bothered me. The weeks after that conversation with Amanda passed by without anything too unusual happening. Life at school went on as it always had, and I tried my best to push the weird feeling about the girl in the red dress to the back of my mind. But it wasn't easy. Every time I passed by the yearbook room, I felt this strange pull, like something was waiting for me to go back. It was almost like I needed to finish what I started. One afternoon, when the school day was winding down and most people had already left, I found myself standing in front of the yearbook room again. I hadn't planned on going back. I had promised myself I wouldn't. But somehow, my feet had carried me there. The room was quiet, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly above, and the door creaked as I opened it. No one else was around, which made sense. There was no reason to be there unless you were working on the yearbook. I walked in, my heart thumping a little faster than it should have. The photos from the homecoming dance were still scattered across the table, untouched since I last looked at them. But I ignored them this time, instead heading straight for the stack of older yearbooks that were neatly stacked on the shelves. As I pulled out the first one, a sense of unease crept over me. I knew it was silly. It wasn't like the girl in the photo was going to magically appear, right? But there was something in the back of my mind telling me that I needed to keep going, that I had to find out more. I started flipping through the pages slowly, scanning for anything that might give me a clue about who she was. It felt like a pointless task. But the longer I stared at the pictures of students I'd never met, the more I started to feel like I was being watched. It was just a feeling at first, a vague sense that I wasn't alone. But the longer I stayed in the room, the more it intensified. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was no one there. The room was still empty, save for the boxes of photos and the piles of yearbooks on the table. I tried to shake the feeling off, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't help it. As I turned the page, something caught my eye. There, on the right side of the page, was another photo of the girl in the red dress. This time she wasn't alone. There were two other students standing next to her, both smiling, looking completely normal. But the girl in the red dress? She didn't look the same. Her face was different. In this photo, her smile was wider, and her eyes were more intense. It wasn't anything that would immediately seem off to someone else, but I could tell something was wrong. Her eyes seemed too focused, too sharp, and there was this strange, almost eerie sense that she was staring right at me. I didn't even want to look at it anymore. I felt this sudden rush of panic. I turned the page quickly, hoping that the next one would make me feel better, that it would somehow take my mind off this weird feeling. But as I did, I noticed something even more unsettling. There was another photo of her in the same yearbook, standing with a completely different group of students. She looked different in this one too. Her expression was neutral, but there was something about her posture that didn't sit right. It was then that I noticed the date. The yearbook was from 5 years ago, and I had no recollection of this girl at all. I'd never seen her at the school, and yet here she was in these photos, standing among students who I recognized, people I had seen around the school for years. I couldn't stop staring at the page. The room around me seemed to grow quieter. The longer I looked at the photo, the more I became convinced that she was somehow looking at me, even though I knew that was impossible. I had to get out of there. I had to stop this before it got worse. But before I could close the yearbook, a noise broke through the silence. It was faint, but I heard it clearly. A sound like a soft tapping, almost like someone was knocking on the door. I froze. No one was supposed to be in the school. It was after hours. The hallway outside was empty. I stood up, my hands trembling as I walked over to the door. I pulled it open, but there was no one there. The hallway was dark and quiet, just as I expected it to be. I looked both ways, but there was no one in sight. I shut the door quickly and leaned against it, trying to calm my nerves. The noise had been so faint, but it was enough to make me feel like I wasn't alone in the room. I turned back to the table, trying to shake off the feeling, but when I looked at the yearbook again, I saw something that made my stomach drop. The girl in the red dress wasn't in the photo anymore. It was just a blank space where she had been, as if she'd never been there at all. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was imagining things, but when I looked again, the photo was completely different. There were no students around her, just an empty background. The page was still there, but the girl had vanished. I felt dizzy, a sense of disorientation creeping over me. I couldn't explain it. I had just seen her in the photo. I had just been looking at her, and now she was gone. I had no idea what to think, but I knew one thing for sure: I needed to leave. I quickly grabbed my things and made my way to the door, my heart racing. I glanced back one last time at the yearbook, but I didn't dare look at the page again. I couldn't. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I had to get out of there. As I stepped out into the hallway and made my way down the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was following me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the girl in the red dress standing behind me. But there was nothing. The hallway was empty. When I got outside, I breathed a sigh of relief. The cool evening air helped clear my head a little, but I couldn't shake the unease I felt. It wasn't just about the girl in the red dress anymore. It was about something bigger, something I couldn't understand. But I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to go back to the yearbook room. I didn't want to see that photo again. I told myself I was done with it. After that night, I thought I could leave it behind. I tried to forget about the yearbook room, the photos, and especially the girl in the red dress. But it wasn't that simple. No matter how hard I tried, the unsettling feeling never fully went away. Every time I walked down the hallway by the yearbook room, I would glance over at the door, half expecting to see her standing there. It wasn't logical, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Days turned into weeks, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. School went on as usual. I kept my distance from the yearbook room, and I tried not to think about that girl. But then one morning, something made me revisit the whole thing. It was early, just after the first bell rang. I had a free period and decided to go to the library to get some work done. As I passed by the yearbook room, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I stopped in my tracks. It wasn't that unusual for the door to be open, especially during off hours, but something about it caught my attention. A strange impulse made me walk over to the door, almost like I was being drawn to it. I hesitated for a moment, but then I pushed the door open. The room was empty, just like I expected, except there was something new sitting on the table in the center of the room. It was a single photo, placed neatly on top of a pile of papers. I didn't want to look at it. I didn't want to know what it was. But my curiosity got the better of me. I walked over slowly and picked it up. It was a photo of a group of students from a different year. I recognized some of them, faces I had seen around school, but in the middle of the group, There she was. The girl in the red dress. Her eyes were fixed on the camera, but they looked different again. This time her expression wasn't a smile or a blank stare. It was something else, something that made me feel like she was watching me instead of the photographer. My hands began to tremble as I stared at the photo. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like the longer I looked at it, the more real she became. The edges of the photo seemed to blur, like the girl was somehow reaching out from the picture itself. I wanted to put it down, walk away, but my body felt frozen, stuck in place. Suddenly, the door behind me clicked shut, and I jumped, dropping the photo. I spun around to find the room completely empty, just like before. There was no one there. But that sound, someone had shut the door. I hadn't heard anyone enter, and yet it felt like someone had been standing behind me the entire time. I bent down to pick up the photo, but when I looked at it again, I couldn't believe my eyes. The girl in the red dress wasn't in the center anymore. She was standing on the edge of the group, further away from the camera, but still unmistakably there. She wasn't even looking at the camera anymore. Instead, her head was turned slightly, and her eyes, those eyes, were staring directly at me, as though she knew I was holding the photo. I backed away from the table, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to leave. I had to get out of there. I couldn't keep doing this. I ran out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight. My mind was racing as I walked down the hallway, but something was nagging at me, pulling me back to that room. I shook my head, trying to ignore it, but my feet turned around and started walking back. I stopped before I could even reach the door, standing there in the hallway staring at the locked door. I wanted to go back. I wanted to know what was happening. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't let myself get caught up in this again. The thought of that girl in the red dress staring at me from the photo haunted me for days. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, and every time I walked past the yearbook room, I could feel her eyes on me, even though I knew she wasn't there. Eventually, I tried to forget it all. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the photo had been a strange coincidence, and that the girl in the red dress wasn't real. I had always been a casual gamer and enjoyed streaming for fun. It wasn't a big deal, just a hobby where I could play games, chat with friends, and connect with a handful of viewers who occasionally dropped in. I used a basic setup, a second-hand webcam, a decent microphone, and a little corner of my apartment that doubled as my streaming studio. My audience was small, mostly people I knew from work or mutual friends. Sometimes a random viewer would stop by, but it was usually a familiar crowd. This particular evening was like any other. I had finished dinner, cleaned up a bit, and settled into my desk chair to go live. I decided to play an old puzzle game I had been meaning to revisit, something low-key and chill. I started my stream around 9 p.m. as usual, and within minutes, a few of my regulars had joined the chat. The first hour was uneventful. We joked around about the game's clunky graphics and laughed when I got stuck on a particularly tricky level. People would drop in and out, leaving messages about their day or offering tips for solving puzzles. It was all pretty lighthearted. Then, a new username popped up in the chat, Watcher47. At first, I didn't think much of it. New viewers showed up occasionally, and their usernames were often random or quirky. This one was no different. They didn't say anything right away, just lurked. That wasn't unusual either. After about 10 minutes, they finally sent their first message. "You're better at this game than I thought you'd be." It was a bit odd. Most viewers would comment on the game itself, not my skill, but I brushed it off as someone trying to be friendly. "Thanks," I replied aloud, hoping they'd feel welcome and stick around. As the stream went on, Watcher47 started participating more actively in the chat. They made a few harmless jokes, complimented my setup, and even gave me some tips for solving one of the puzzles. For a new viewer, they seemed unusually familiar with my stream and the way I played. Then came the first strange comment. "The lamp in the corner looks cozy. Is that new?" I froze for a second. The lamp in question wasn't visible on the screen. It sat off to the side, just outside the webcam's frame. It wasn't something I had talked about or shown on previous streams. Trying to keep things casual, I laughed it off. Yeah, I guess it is. It's been there for a while, though, I said, hoping I sounded normal. The chat went quiet for a moment before the same user responded. Looks like it casts good light. You've got a nice setup. The comment didn't feel threatening, but it was unsettling. How could they know about the lamp? I double-checked my webcam view to make sure it wasn't visible. It wasn't. I decided to ignore the comment and move on. Maybe it was just a lucky guess. I figured if I didn't engage, they'd get bored and leave. I focused on the game and tried to act like nothing was wrong, but I couldn't shake the weird feeling that someone was watching me more closely than they should be. About 20 minutes later, as I was solving another puzzle, Watcher 47 sent another message. You might want to lock your door. That's when my stomach dropped. I hadn't mentioned anything about my door. The webcam was facing me, with my back to the rest of the room. The door wasn't visible at all. I paused the game and stared at the chat for a moment, unsure of how to respond. My regular viewers noticed the silence and started asking if everything was okay. I quickly muttered something about needing a bathroom break and turned off my mic. Before leaving my desk, I glanced at the door. It was closed just as I had left it. I walked over, checked the lock, and peeked through the peephole. The hallway outside was empty. I lived in a quiet apartment building, and it wasn't unusual for the halls to be dead silent at night. Still, the comment had rattled me. When I sat back down, I noticed that Watcher 47 had sent another message. Good. Better safe than sorry. I debated ending the stream right then and there, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Maybe this person was just trying to mess with me. Trolls were common in online spaces, and the best way to deal with them was usually to ignore them. All right, let's get back to it, I said into the mic, forcing a smile. I tried to sound upbeat, but I could feel my hands trembling as I picked up the controller. The rest of the chat seemed oblivious to what had just happened. Over the next half hour, Watcher 47 stayed silent. I started to relax a little, convincing myself that they had left or lost interest, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off. Then, just as I was about to wrap up the stream for the night, they sent one final message. It was nice watching you tonight. Sleep well. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. I didn't know what to say. My regular viewers were still chatting, completely unaware of how shaken I felt. I forced a laugh and said, "All right, that's it for me tonight. Thanks for hanging out, everyone." I ended the stream and shut everything down as quickly as possible. My apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too empty. For the first time in years, I double-checked every lock in my home before going to bed. The next day, I couldn't shake the events of the previous night. I told myself over and over that it was just a troll, someone trying to get under my skin for their own amusement. But the more I thought about it, the more certain details didn't add up. How had they known about the lamp? Why had they mentioned the door? These weren't the usual antics of someone just popping in to mess with a streamer. I decided to check the chat logs from the stream. Platforms like the one I used stored chat transcripts, so I thought maybe I could find some clue about who this person was. Their account was blank. No profile picture, no bio, and no linked social media. Just the name Watcher 47. I Googled the username, hoping it might show up elsewhere. It didn't. There was nothing. No forum posts, no social media accounts, no other streams where they had been active. It was like the account had been made just for me. That night, I hesitated before going live. I debated skipping the stream altogether, but worried that doing so would make me look paranoid. I told myself I was overthinking everything. It was just some random person online. If I didn't give them the reaction they wanted, they'd eventually move on. I started streaming a little earlier than usual, hoping to end before it got too late. The stream began like normal. My regulars showed up, and we joked around as I played a new game. For a while, I actually forgot about Watcher 47. Then, about an hour into the stream, they came back. "Hey, miss me?" The message appeared in the chat, and I froze for just a second before responding with a forced laugh. "Oh, it's you again," I said, keeping my tone light. "What's up?" They didn't reply right away. I tried to focus on the game, but my mind was racing. I wondered if I should block them, but part of me wanted to see what they would say next. Maybe I could figure out who they were or what they wanted. After a few minutes, they sent another message. "Your kitchen looks clean. You must have just done dishes." This comment made my stomach drop. My webcam was still facing me, just like the night before. The kitchen wasn't visible. I glanced over my shoulder at the sink. It was empty, just like they said. I tried to stay calm. "Lucky guess," I said aloud, hoping my voice sounded normal. "I did clean up earlier. I liked the blue mug." "On the counter," they replied. My heart sank. The blue mug was there, sitting on the counter next to the sink. I hadn't touched it since breakfast, and there was no way they could see it from the webcam's angle. I muted my mic and quickly typed a message to one of my regular viewers who I knew personally. "Hey, something weird is going on. Can we talk after the stream?" They responded almost immediately. "Sure. What's up?" Before I could reply, another message from Watcher47 appeared in the chat. "Who are you texting? That's rude." I stared at the screen, feeling a wave of unease. I hadn't said anything about texting, and my phone wasn't visible. It was on the desk, just out of the webcam's frame. I decided I couldn't keep going. "All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it a night," I said, trying to sound casual. "Thanks for hanging out." I ended the stream and shut down my computer, but I didn't move from my chair. I just sat there, staring at the dark screen, trying to make sense of what had just happened. After a few minutes, I called my friend, the one I'd messaged during the stream. I told them everything, from the strange comments about the lamp to the messages about the mug. They tried to reassure me, saying it was probably just someone who had done a lot of digging online to find photos or information about me. That explanation made sense at first, but the more I thought about it, the less it added up. I hadn't posted any pictures of my kitchen or my apartment anywhere. My social media accounts were private, and I was careful about what I shared online. Just as I was about to hang up, my friend said something that made my blood run cold. "Do you think they could have hacked your webcam?" The idea of someone hacking my webcam hadn't even crossed my mind before my friend brought it up. It felt invasive and deeply unsettling, like a stranger had somehow wormed their way into the privacy of my home. After hanging up the call, I stared at the tiny camera lens on my monitor. I had always joked about putting a piece of tape over it, but I never got around to it. Now I regretted that more than ever. I spent the next couple of hours researching webcam hacking. The results were both horrifying and overwhelming. Articles, forum posts, and even news reports described how easy it was for someone with basic tech knowledge to gain access to a webcam without the owner knowing. In some cases, people weren't even aware they were being watched until it was too late. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every sound in my apartment seemed amplified. The hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the wooden floors. It all made me hyper-aware of how vulnerable I felt. The comments from Watcher47 kept replaying in my head. How had they known about the mug, the lamp? And the worst part, why had they chosen me? The next morning, I was exhausted, but determined to get some answers. I started by running a full antivirus scan on my computer. While the software did its thing, I checked the privacy settings on every app and program I used. I disabled permissions for my webcam, added two-factor authentication to my accounts, and changed every password I could think of. When the antivirus scan finished, it flagged a suspicious program buried deep in my system files. I didn't recognize the name, and I hadn't knowingly downloaded anything like it. A quick search online confirmed my worst fear. It was malware designed to give someone remote access to my computer, including my webcam. I deleted the program immediately and installed additional security software to ensure my system was clean. But even after taking all those steps, I still felt uneasy. I couldn't shake the thought that whoever had installed the malware might still have a way to watch me. That evening, I decided to take a break from streaming. I needed time to figure out what was going on and how to protect myself. I spent the night researching more about online privacy and talking to a few friends who were more tech-savvy than me. They all agreed that I had done the right thing by removing the malware and updating my security settings, but their reassurances didn't fully put me at ease. The next day, I got a message from one of my regular viewers. They had noticed that Watcher47 hadn't appeared in anyone else's streams. It was as if the account had been created solely to interact with me. That realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Whoever this person was, they weren't just trolling for attention. They had deliberately targeted me. I considered reporting the incident to the police, but I hesitated. What could I tell them? That someone had sent me creepy messages online? That they might have hacked my webcam? Without concrete proof, I wasn't sure how seriously they would take me. For the next few weeks, I avoided streaming altogether. I couldn't bring myself to turn on the camera, let alone interact with an audience. I missed the community I had built and the joy I felt while gaming. But every time I thought about going live, I felt a wave of anxiety. Eventually, I decided to move to a new apartment. It felt drastic, but I couldn't shake the feeling that staying in the same place made me more vulnerable. The move was expensive and stressful, but it brought me a sense of relief. In my new space, I set up my computer in a different room and covered the webcam with tape. Months went by, and I slowly started streaming again. The first few streams were nerve-wracking, but nothing unusual happened. No strange messages, no mysterious usernames, just the same supportive community I had always loved. Looking back, I still don't know who Watcher47 was or how they found me. I like to think that my precautions scared them off, but a part of me knows I'll never have a definitive answer. I was staying at a mid-budget hostel in a small town. It wasn't a tourist hotspot, but it was the kind of place people passed through when heading somewhere more popular. The hostel itself was decent, clean enough, with a communal kitchen, a common area that smelled faintly of spilled beer, and a mix of travelers who mostly kept to themselves. I had been there for about 2 weeks, using it as a home base while I explored the nearby area. The dorm I was in had 6 beds, all bunk style. The room was never fully occupied, but there were usually 3 or 4 of us at any given time. Most people stayed a night or 2 before moving on. It was the typical hostel shuffle. New faces every few days, with the occasional chatty person who wanted to exchange travel stories. I liked it well enough. It felt safe, and the noise from other guests was usually manageable. One afternoon, the hostel staff told me I'd be getting a new roommate. It wasn't a big deal, someone came and went almost every day. But I remember the moment this person walked in. He was older than most of the people staying at the hostel, probably mid-40s, and his clothes looked more like something you'd see on a construction worker than a backpacker. He had a duffel bag slung over his shoulder and a slightly hunched posture, like someone used to hard physical work. I didn't think much of it at first. People stayed at hostels for all kinds of reasons. Maybe he was between jobs or just passing through. Still, his arrival stood out because he didn't do the usual thing where you introduce yourself, or at least smile. He just muttered something to the staff member who showed him in and went straight to his bunk, which happened to be the one across from mine. The rest of the evening was uneventful. I went out for dinner with a couple of other guests, and when I came back, the new guy was already in bed. The dorm lights were dimmed, and I could only make out his form lying on his side, facing the wall. Over the next couple of days, I noticed little things about him. He was quiet, really quiet. He didn't talk to anyone, not even the staff. He left early in the mornings and came back late, always looking a little disheveled, but carrying nothing but the same duffel bag. He never used the kitchen or the common area. He seemed to spend all his time either outside or lying in his bunk, staring at the ceiling. What struck me as odd was how little he seemed to care about blending in. Most people in hostels make at least some effort to be friendly. Even if you're introverted, you usually say hi or ask someone where they're from. But not this guy. It wasn't like he was unfriendly. He just gave off this vibe that he didn't want to be noticed at all. One thing I couldn't help but notice was how he handled his bag. He always kept it close, either under his bunk or on the bed with him. I never saw him open it, not once. It became this weird detail I couldn't stop thinking about. It wasn't even a big bag, just large enough to carry a few changes of clothes, maybe. But the way he guarded it seemed strange, like he didn't trust anyone. A few days into his stay, I tried to break the ice. I was sitting on my bunk scrolling through my phone, and he was lying on his back and his staring at the ceiling like he always did. "Hey man," I said, keeping my tone casual. "Where are you from?" He turned his head slowly to look at me. His expression was blank, not annoyed or anything, just neutral. "Here and there," he said after a long pause. His voice was low, almost a mumble. Then he went back to staring at the ceiling. I didn't push further. Something about his response made it clear he wasn't interested in chatting. After that, I started noticing more little things that didn't add up. For one, he never seemed to shower or use the bathroom. I know that sounds weird, but in a hostel you notice those things. The bathrooms were shared, and people were always in and out. I'd never seen him go in. He didn't smell bad or anything, but the absence of that normal routine stuck out. Another thing was his routine, or lack of it. Most people staying at the hostel had some kind of plan, whether it was sightseeing, hiking, or just wandering around town. But this guy never talked about where he was going or what he was doing. He'd leave in the morning and come back late, but he didn't seem to have any gear or supplies with him. No map, no water bottle, nothing that suggested he was out exploring. It was like he was just existing. One night I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard him shifting around in his bunk. It wasn't unusual for people to toss and turn, but his movements were odd, slow, deliberate, almost mechanical. I glanced over and saw him sitting on the edge of his bunk, staring down at his duffel bag. He stayed like that for what felt like a long time, just sitting there, not doing anything. I wanted to say something, but the room felt too still, like any sound would break whatever strange tension hung in the air. The other guests in the dorm didn't seem to notice him much. Most of them were just passing through, staying for a night or two before moving on. One of them, a girl from Germany, asked me about him while we were eating dinner in the common area. "Do you know what's up with that guy in your room?" she asked, her voice low. "He's kind of weird, don't you think?" I shrugged, not wanting to seem overly interested. "I guess he keeps to himself." She nodded, but her expression suggested she found him more than just quiet. "He gives me a bad feeling," she said after a pause. "I'm glad I'm leaving tomorrow." That comment stuck with me. Up until then, I'd been chalking up his behavior to being shy or socially awkward, but hearing someone else mention it made me question whether there was more to it. After about a week, I started to feel like I was walking on eggshells in the dorm. It wasn't anything the guy said or did directly, but his presence felt heavy, like he was carrying something invisible that weighed down the whole room. It was a Tuesday night when things took a turn. The hostel was quieter than usual, with fewer guests than normal. The common area was mostly empty, and only 2 other people were staying in my dorm, one of whom was the older guy. By this point, I had gotten used to his silent, withdrawn behavior. It wasn't that I stopped noticing him. It was more that I stopped trying to make sense of it. He was just this odd, closed-off guy who kept to himself. I stayed up late that night in the common area, reading a book and sipping tea. It was a little after midnight when I finally decided to head back to the dorm. The hallway leading to the rooms was dimly lit, with most of the lights turned off to let people sleep. As I walked to the door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. That wasn't uncommon in hostels. People forgot to close the doors properly all the time. When I stepped inside, the room felt off immediately. It's hard to explain why. Nothing looked out of place. The other guest, a guy in his early 20s, was asleep in his bunk near the door, his breathing soft and steady. But the older guy's bunk was empty. That wasn't unusual either. He often left at odd hours and came back late. Still, something about the stillness in the room made me pause. I climbed into my bunk, trying to shake off the vague uneasiness. I scrolled through my phone for a while, the light from the screen the only thing illuminating my small corner of the room. I heard the sound of the dorm door creaking open. Glancing up, I saw the older guy step inside, his silhouette briefly outlined by the hallway light before he shut the door behind him. He moved slowly, almost like he was trying not to disturb anyone, but it didn't feel like an act of courtesy. It felt calculated. He didn't glance at me or the other guest as he made his way to his bunk. I watched him out of the corner of my eye, trying not to be obvious. He sat down on his bed, his back to me, and reached for his duffel bag. That bag again. He unzipped it slowly, the sound loud in the otherwise silent room. For the first time since he arrived, I saw him take something out of it. It was hard to tell what at first. His body blocked most of my view. But as he turned slightly, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a large roll of duct tape and a thick plastic bag. I froze. It wasn't immediately alarming. Duct tape and plastic bags aren't inherently suspicious, but the way he handled them, carefully and deliberately, made me feel uneasy. He set them down on the bed beside him, then reached back into the bag. I didn't want to stare too obviously, so I pretended to be engrossed in my phone, though I couldn't stop glancing up. The next thing he pulled out was a long piece of rope. My chest tightened. There was no reason to have rope like that in a hostel. He sat there for a while, just looking at the items laid out on his bed. I couldn't see his face, but his posture seemed tense, like he was deep in thought. I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was using the rope for something totally innocent, like securing his bag for travel. Maybe the duct tape was for fixing something. But I couldn't come up with a good explanation for why he'd need a plastic bag. I considered saying something, maybe a casual, "Hey, everything okay?" But my gut told me to stay quiet. There was something about his stillness that felt wrong, like he was calculating his next move. After what felt like forever, he packed everything back into the duffel bag and zipped it up. Then he lay back down on his bunk, fully dressed, and stared at the ceiling. I couldn't sleep after that. I lay in my bed, every sound amplified by the silence. The rustle of sheets, the occasional creak of the bed frame, it all felt louder than usual. I kept glancing at the guy in his bunk, half expecting him to get up and do something. Sometime around 3 a.m., I heard movement. He was sitting up again, his silhouette faintly visible in the dim light coming through the small window. He didn't get out of bed. He just sat there, his hands resting on his knees. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel his focus, like he was staring at something intently. I thought about waking up the other guest, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. What would I even say? "Hey, this guy has duct tape and rope, and it's freaking me out." It sounded ridiculous in my head. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Eventually, he lay back down again, and the room went quiet. I stayed awake until the faint light of dawn started creeping in through the window. I don't think I got more than an hour of sleep that night. The next morning, I decided to mention it to the hostel staff. I didn't want to cause a scene or get the guy in trouble if I was wrong, so I kept it vague. I told the receptionist, a friendly woman in her late 30s, that the guy in my room seemed a little odd and had some unusual items with him. She gave me a curious look but didn't seem overly concerned. "We'll keep an eye on him," she said, with a reassuring smile. By the time I got back to the dorm, the older guy was gone. His bed was neatly made, his duffel bag missing. I assumed he had checked out. The older man's abrupt departure didn't immediately put me at ease. If anything, it made me feel like the whole situation was unfinished, like there was still something lurking just below the surface that I hadn't fully understood. The other guest in the dorm, the guy in his 20s, seemed oblivious to it all. We made small talk later that morning while packing up our things, and I casually asked if he'd noticed anything strange about the older guy. "Nah, not really," he said, shrugging. "Didn't talk much, though. Kinda weird, but a lot of people are like that in hostels." I didn't press the issue. The last thing I wanted was to sound paranoid or make a big deal out of nothing. But as I packed my own bag, I couldn't help but replay the events of the night before in my mind. The deliberate way he laid out the items, the tension in his movements, the way he just sat there in the middle of the night. Later that day, I decided to spend some time in the common area, hoping to shake off the weird vibe. I bumped into the receptionist, who was clearing away some breakfast dishes. She smiled and asked how my day was going, so I took the opportunity to ask if she'd heard anything about the man. "He left this morning," she said, casually stacking plates. "Didn't say much, just handed in his key and walked out." "Why? Did something happen? I hesitated, unsure how much to share. Not really, I said finally. He just seemed off, like he was planning something. She gave me a curious look, but before she could respond, another guest walked in, cutting the conversation short. For the rest of the day, I tried to focus on other things. I went out to explore the city, grabbed lunch at a local cafe, and even spent a couple of hours reading in a nearby park. By the time I got back to the hostel, the unease had mostly faded. That night, as I lay in my bunk, I scrolled through social media, trying to unwind before going to sleep. At some point, I came across a local news story that stopped me cold. The headline read something like, "Police investigating suspicious activity at local hostel." My heart started pounding as I clicked the link. The article was short and didn't include many details, but it mentioned that authorities had been tipped off about a man behaving suspiciously in the area. Apparently, he had been spotted near several hostels over the past few weeks, carrying what was described as unusual equipment. There wasn't much else to go on, but the description of the man, a tall, older individual with short-cropped hair, matched the guy from my dorm. The article also mentioned that police were encouraging anyone with information to come forward. I stared at my phone, the pieces clicking into place. The rope, the duct tape, the plastic bag. It wasn't just weird. It was alarming. What had he been planning? And why had he chosen that particular night to leave so suddenly? The next morning, I went back to the receptionist and showed her the article. Her face tightened as she read it. "That's unsettling," she said, her tone more serious than I'd ever heard before. "I'll call the police and let them know what you told me." A few hours later, a pair of officers showed up at the hostel. They asked me a series of questions: what the man looked like, how he acted, what he had with him. I described everything, as clearly as I could, though I left out the part about staying awake all night watching him. The officers thanked me for my cooperation and assured me they'd look into it. One of them mentioned that they'd already received several reports about the man from other hostels in the area. "If you notice anything else out of the ordinary, let us know," he said before leaving. Over the next few days, I kept checking the news, hoping for an update. Eventually, I came across another article. This time, it confirmed that the police had found the man and questioned him. He hadn't been arrested, but they were keeping an eye on him. Apparently, his explanation for the items in his bag was vague, but not illegal. Reading that, I felt a strange mix of relief and frustration. On one hand, it seemed like he wasn't an immediate danger. On the other hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his story, something the authorities hadn't uncovered yet. In the weeks that followed, I moved on to other hostels and other cities, but the experience stuck with me. I found myself being more cautious around strangers, especially in shared spaces like dorms. I started paying closer attention to people's behavior, noticing things I might have ignored before. Even now, whenever I stay in a hostel, I think about that night. I think about how easy it is to dismiss someone as just a little weird, even when your gut is telling you something else. And I wonder sometimes what might have happened if I hadn't been paying attention, or if the man had decided to act on whatever plan he was carrying out. In the end, I'm glad I trusted my instincts. Even if nothing came of it, I'd rather have been overly cautious than completely unaware. It's a small price to pay for peace of mind. I had just moved into the apartment a few weeks ago. It was my first time living alone in a big city, and honestly, I was a bit nervous about it. The building wasn't anything fancy, just a standard 4-story walk-up, but it was affordable, and the location was perfect. Close to work, a few good restaurants, and a small park where I could take walks when I needed a break. I figured it would be a great place to settle down for a while. The first thing I noticed when I moved in was how quiet the building was. There weren't any loud neighbors or parties happening late at night, which at first was a relief. It felt peaceful. But over time, I began to notice things that made me uneasy. It wasn't the kind of place where you really got to know your neighbors. Most people just kept to themselves, which was fine with me. There was one neighbor, though, who lived directly across the hall from me. I didn't know his name at first, I just saw him coming and going, mostly in the early morning or late evening. He was an older man, probably in his late 60s, with thick glasses and a slightly hunched back. His hair was mostly gray, and he always seemed to be wearing the same faded brown sweater and slacks. I would see him occasionally as I came and went, but he never seemed to acknowledge me much. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, just a quiet guy like most of the others in the building. At first, I thought nothing of it. In fact, I was kind of relieved that there was no one else in the building to really engage with. I liked having my own space, my own time. But there was something a little odd about him that I couldn't shake off. It wasn't anything big at first, just small things. For example, when I would leave my apartment, I'd notice him standing outside his door just watching me. Not in a threatening way, just standing there like he was waiting for something. It was subtle, but after a few times, I started to wonder if he was just staring at me for no reason. It made me uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was just old. Maybe he was waiting for someone, I thought. As the weeks went by, I began to notice that he was always around when I left my apartment. If I walked out the door, he was there, standing in the hallway. It wasn't like he was trying to make conversation or even greet me. He just stood there staring. Sometimes he'd look at me for a few seconds, then turn away and disappear into his apartment. Other times it felt like he would watch me for longer, almost as if he was waiting for me to do something. I couldn't help but feel that there was some kind of pattern to it. One evening I came home late from work. It was around 9 p.m., and I was tired from a long day. As I approached the door to my apartment, I saw him standing in the hallway again, but this time he wasn't facing me. He was facing the wall, standing completely still. At first I thought he hadn't seen me. I put my key in the lock and opened the door, but then I heard him shuffle slightly, and I looked up. He was still facing the wall, but his head turned slowly to look at me as I walked in. I don't know why it bothered me so much, but something about it just didn't feel right. It was like he had been waiting for me to come back. I tried not to think too much about it. I had no reason to believe he was anything other than just another odd, quiet neighbor. But the whole thing had started to creep me out. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I hadn't seen him interact with anyone else. I hadn't heard him talking to anyone in the building, and I never saw any visitors coming or going from his apartment. It was just him, alone in that apartment, day after day. I started to adjust my routine to avoid running into him. I'd try to leave at different times, or I'd wait for him to go into his apartment before I left. It was silly, I know, but the thought of seeing him again in the hallway made me uncomfortable. I could feel his eyes on me, even if he wasn't looking directly at me. One morning I was running late for work, and I didn't have time to worry about avoiding him. I quickly grabbed my things and rushed out the door. When I stepped into the hallway, there he was, standing just outside his door. He didn't say anything, he just looked at me. This time, though, his stare was different. It wasn't the usual glance. It was almost like he was studying me. His eyes seemed to linger on me for a little too long before he finally shifted and opened his door. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After that, I started to pay more attention to his habits. He never seemed to leave his apartment during the day. When I left for work in the morning, his apartment would always be dark. Sometimes I'd see his shadow through the curtains in the evening, but it was rare to hear any noise coming from his place. No TV, no radio, no conversations. It was like his entire world was shut off from the rest of the building. It didn't make sense to me. Maybe he was just a private guy, but I couldn't help but wonder why he kept to himself so much. There were other small things that added up over time. Occasionally I'd hear his door creak open during the night, but I could never figure out what time it was. It wasn't every night, just now and then, now. And when I'd hear it, I'd freeze, straining to hear any sounds coming from his apartment. But all I'd hear was silence. It felt strange, like he was moving around at odd hours. I'd try to shake the thought, convincing myself that it was nothing. But the fact that I rarely saw him during the day made me start thinking about it more. Eventually, I started keeping a mental note of his movements. He always left in the early mornings, just as the sun was coming up. It was like clockwork. I'd see him leave his apartment, walking down the stairs to the street below. He was always carrying a small bag, but I couldn't tell what was inside. Sometimes I would see him walking down the street, his slow pace barely noticeable until he disappeared around the corner. I don't know why it started to bother me more and more. Maybe it was the way he never seemed to interact with anyone, or the way he always seemed to be watching me, even when I wasn't paying attention. But the more I saw him, the more unsettled I felt. It wasn't until one evening when I stayed home late and saw him standing at his door again that I realized just how much this was starting to consume me. I had come home from work around 8 p.m., and as I was about to open my door, I saw him in the hallway again. This time, though, he wasn't looking at me. He was just standing there facing his door but not moving. I felt my heart race a little. Maybe it was the isolation, maybe it was the lack of conversation, but the whole thing seemed strange. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing there. For a moment I wondered if I was overreacting, but as I stood there in the hallway trying to figure out what to do, it became harder to ignore the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It had been a few days since I had that uncomfortable moment in the hallway when I caught him just standing outside his door. It lingered with me more than I cared to admit. I started questioning whether I was just overthinking things. Maybe I was being paranoid. After all, he was just an old man. But then, something happened that made it impossible for me to dismiss the growing unease. One evening, after coming back from dinner with a friend, I noticed something strange. As I walked into the building and made my way to the staircase, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in the hallway with me. But when I looked, the hallway was empty, just as it should have been. I told myself I was being ridiculous, and continued up the stairs. But when I reached my floor, I was hit with a sharp jolt of confusion. His door was wide open, not just a crack, but fully open. I could see the dim light coming from inside his apartment, casting long shadows into the hallway. It was unusual because I'd never seen his door open before. He was a private guy, kept to himself. His door was almost always closed, and whenever it was open, it was just a little bit, enough for him to slip in or out. This time I paused in front of my own door, unsure of what to do. I didn't hear any sounds from inside his apartment, no television, no footsteps, nothing. It was as quiet as usual, but the door being wide open felt wrong. The longer I stood there, the more I found myself staring at the dark, empty space beyond the doorway. Something about the stillness made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't resist the urge to look closer. I don't know why. Maybe I was hoping I'd catch a glimpse of him. Maybe I wanted some kind of answer to the odd feeling I'd been carrying for weeks. Either way, my feet moved, and before I could second-guess myself, I was standing just outside his door looking in. I could see his living room. It was sparse, with a few mismatched pieces of furniture. Nothing unusual there. What struck me, though, was how dim everything seemed. The lights were all turned off, but the one small lamp by the window was on. I could barely make out the shapes in the room, old furniture, piles of papers, and what looked like a stack of books near the corner. But there was something strange about the way the room was arranged. It didn't feel lived in, not in the way you would expect. It felt almost like the space was frozen, like no one had touched it in a while. I stood there for a few seconds, almost entranced by the silence. I was about to turn away when I heard something from inside. It wasn't a noise you could easily identify. At first, I thought it was the sound of furniture scraping against the floor, but it was soft, almost imperceptible. My heart skipped a beat and I froze. For a moment, I debated whether to knock. Should I check on him? Was he all right? But something stopped me. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was the feeling that I shouldn't get involved. After all, this was his private space, and I had no reason to assume something was wrong. But then the sound came again, a faint shuffle, followed by what sounded like the rustle of paper. I couldn't help myself. I took a step closer and peered around the corner of his door, and that's when I saw it, just for a split second, but it was enough. The man was sitting in a chair facing the wall, not moving. His head was slightly down as if he were asleep, but something about his posture was odd. It was like he wasn't just resting. He was waiting. I couldn't tell for sure what was going on, but the whole scene looked wrong. There was no life to it, no warmth, just emptiness. I was about to back away when I heard a loud crash coming from the room. The noise made me jump and my heart raced. I didn't know what it was, but it sounded like something heavy hitting the floor. Without thinking, I rushed back to my apartment and locked the door behind me. I felt a surge of adrenaline that made my hands shake as I grabbed my phone, dialing the number for the building's management. My fingers hovered over the keypad as I tried to convince myself that it wasn't my business, that maybe it was just a normal accident, nothing serious. But the truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd just seen. The man wasn't right. He was never really right, but now it felt like something had snapped. I couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to him. Maybe he'd fallen, or maybe he was unwell. Maybe that crash was his way of calling out for help. The next morning I tried to act like nothing happened. I went about my day, got coffee, went to work, but I couldn't get it out of my head. As I left for work, I glanced down the hall, but his door was closed again. Everything looked as it should, but I still couldn't shake the image of him sitting in that chair, staring at the wall as if frozen in time. When I came home that evening, there was no sign of him. His door was still closed and the hallway was silent. I thought maybe he had just been having an off day. Maybe I had overreacted. But as I walked to my door, I noticed something strange. There was a piece of paper stuck under my doormat. It was a plain white sheet with no markings on it. Curious, I bent down and picked it up. As I unfolded it, I noticed that the paper wasn't blank. It had a few words written on it in messy handwriting. The writing wasn't neat, almost rushed, like someone had written it in a hurry. It simply read, "I see you." That was it. At that moment, a cold feeling ran through me. I don't know why, but I knew the note had come from him. The timing, the way it was placed, everything about it screamed that it was his doing. And suddenly, all those strange little interactions and odd behaviors made sense. He had been watching me all along, and now it felt like he was letting me know that he knew I'd been watching him too. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just the note. It was everything that had happened, leading up to that moment. The way he had been acting, the strange feeling I always had when I was near him. It all felt like a puzzle with too many pieces missing. And now, the note seemed to be the last clue I didn't want to see. That night I had a hard time sleeping. Every little sound in the building made me tense up. The old radiator clanking, the soft hum of the fridge. It all felt louder in the silence of my apartment. I kept thinking back to the moment when I saw him sitting in his chair. It wasn't normal. People don't just sit like that for hours on end. And yet that's exactly what he had been doing. I felt like I was being pulled into some kind of situation that I didn't fully understand. But I couldn't stop myself from trying to make sense of it. The next day I had to leave the apartment for work, but the whole time I was out I couldn't focus. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him behind me watching. I don't know why I was so paranoid, but it felt like everything was connected. Every glance, every word that passed between us, it all seemed to have some kind of weight to it now. I tried to convince myself I was just being overly sensitive. People had weird habits, right? And maybe he had just written that note out of frustration. But the more I thought about it, the more it didn't add up. It wasn't just about me looking at him. It was the way he had looked at me. There was something there, something off, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. When I got home that evening, I decided to do something I hadn't planned on doing. I had to know for sure if he was okay. Even if it meant crossing a line, I couldn't just let this hang in the air. I knew where his key was kept, and though I never thought I'd be the type to do something like this, I found myself walking down the hall to his apartment. His door was still closed, but I could feel that same unease creeping up my spine. It wasn't like before when I stood outside his door just wondering. Now I was certain something was wrong. The note, his strange behavior, it all felt like something was building up to a moment I couldn't predict. I stood there for a moment, just listening. There was no sound from inside, and I wasn't sure if that was a relief or not. I hadn't heard anything in the past few days, and that made me nervous. It was like everything was being kept so quiet. No neighbors coming and going. No sounds from inside. It made the building feel too still, too empty. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I pressed my ear to the door, and then something made me stop. The hairs on my neck stood up again. I don't know why, but I had this sudden urge to leave. It was as if my body was telling me that I had already crossed a line, and any more involvement would be a mistake. I should have listened to that instinct. But instead, I found myself reaching for the door handle. It turned easily, and the door creaked open just enough for me to slip inside. The apartment was exactly as I remembered it, the same dim light from the lamp by the window. But this time, I could see more clearly. The furniture was still there exactly as it had been before, but something was different. There were no signs of him anywhere. His shoes weren't by the door. The coat he always wore wasn't hanging on the back of the chair. The place was completely silent. The way the shadows stretched across the room, the way the furniture seemed untouched made it feel like no one had been there in days. The only thing that seemed out of place was a small pile of papers scattered across the floor near the chair where I'd last seen him. I moved further into the apartment, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no reason to be there, no reason to be snooping around, but I felt like I couldn't leave without knowing what had happened to him. I checked the kitchen. Nothing. The bathroom. Empty. His bedroom door was ajar, and I could just make out the edge of the bed. The room was dark, but the moment I stepped inside, I felt a shift. It wasn't like the rest of the apartment. It felt personal. Too personal. The air in there was thick, almost oppressive. As I was about to turn back, I heard the sound of the door clicking behind me. A sharp, quick sound that sent a chill through my whole body. I spun around, and for a second, I thought I saw him, his silhouette in the doorway. But when I looked again, no one was there. It was just the door, slightly ajar, as if it had closed by itself. I couldn't be sure what I had seen, but my mind raced. I turned to leave the room, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of something else in the corner of my eye. A piece of paper on the floor near the bed, partially hidden under the bed frame. Bent down to grab it, and that's when I saw what it was. A small, torn photograph. It was old, faded, and I could just make out the shapes of people standing in front of a house. A family, maybe. But the thing that caught my attention wasn't the people. It was the house. The architecture, the structure, the way the windows were positioned. It looked just like this building. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. I didn't know what to think. Why would he have a photo of this place? Why would he keep it hidden under his bed? The more I looked at it, the more I realized I didn't want to know the answer. I walked out of the apartment, closing the door behind me with shaky hands. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that I had uncovered something I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't know what it all meant, but I was certain of one thing. The man next door wasn't who I thought he was, and I had no idea what was going to happen next. That night, I locked my door and tried to forget about it, but I couldn't. The image of that photograph, the way the apartment felt empty, stayed with me. I didn't know what had happened to him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was gone, and maybe he had been for longer than I realized. When we first adopted Luna, she was almost too good to be true. She was a medium-sized mutt with a golden coat, floppy ears, and the kind of soulful eyes that seemed to say she understood everything. The shelter worker told us she'd had a rough start, though they didn't go into much detail. They mentioned she'd been rescued from an abandoned property where she'd been left for weeks. Apparently someone nearby had noticed her barking, and animal control had finally come to get her. I remember walking her around the shelter's yard to see how we got along. She was timid but polite. She didn't pull on the leash or jump up. I liked her right away, and my partner Sarah seemed smitten too. We'd been talking about getting a dog for months, and Luna felt like a great fit. We signed the papers and brought her home the same day. At first, everything was fine. Luna was shy but sweet. She didn't bark much, and she seemed content to follow us around the house, lying down wherever we were. The only real quirk we noticed was how uneasy she seemed at night. She would pace the hallway for a bit before settling down on her bed, and sometimes she'd let out these low whines. Not loud enough to wake us, but enough to make us wonder if she was still adjusting. The shelter had told us that it might take a few weeks for her to fully settle in, so we didn't think too much of it. The first real odd thing happened about 2 weeks after we brought her home. It was a Thursday night, and Sarah and I were watching TV in the living room. Luna had been lying at my feet, half asleep, when she suddenly bolted upright and stared at the front door. At first I thought she'd heard something outside, maybe a raccoon or a car pulling up. But when I checked, there was nothing. I opened the door to show her, thinking it might help her settle down, but she just stayed frozen in place, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I tried calling her back to her bed, but she wouldn't budge. Sarah joked that Luna had seen a ghost, and we laughed it off. But Luna stayed by the door for almost an hour that night, just sitting there, alert. After that, her nighttime behavior got a little stranger. She started waking us up at odd hours, barking or whining at nothing we could see. It was always at night, never during the day. We figured it was part of her past trauma. Maybe being left alone in that abandoned property had left her on edge, especially when it was dark. We started leaving lights on in the hallway, thinking it might help her feel safer. For a little while it seemed to work. But then one night, she started barking at the corner of our bedroom. Not just a quick bark either. It was the kind of deep, continuous barking dogs do when they're trying to alert you to something. I got up, turned on the lights, and checked the corner. There was nothing there but an old laundry basket and a pile of Sarah's magazines. Luna stopped barking when I went over, but she wouldn't come into the room. She stayed just outside the door, watching me. It felt strange, but I brushed it off as one of her quirks. Sarah, on the other hand, was starting to get spooked. She joked less about it and started saying things like, "Do you think she's sensing something we can't?" I told her it was. Probably just a dog thing. Dogs bark at weird stuff all the time. Shadows, smells, even reflections. But deep down, I could tell Sarah wasn't convinced. And if I'm being honest, neither was I. We tried a few things to calm her down. We bought her a new bed, thinking maybe her old one wasn't comfortable enough. We started playing soothing music at night and even tried those calming sprays you can buy at pet stores. Some nights, she seemed fine. But other nights, she'd be up pacing, barking, or whining at the hallway or the corners of rooms. It felt random and unpredictable, and no matter what we did, it never completely went away. One weekend, Sarah's sister Emma came over to stay with us. She'd heard all about Luna's quirks and wanted to meet her in person. Luna was her usual self during the day, polite and friendly, but still a little reserved. That night, though, Luna did something she'd never done before. Around 2 a.m., she started barking at the front door again. This time, it wasn't just barking. She was growling too, low and deep, like she was warning someone. Emma came out of the guest room looking half asleep and asked what was going on. Sarah and I didn't have an answer. I opened the door to show Luna there was nothing there, but as soon as I did, she darted out onto the porch and started barking into the darkness. I had to grab her by the collar and pull her back inside. She was trembling, her ears pinned back, and she kept glancing at the trees at the edge of our yard. I didn't see anything unusual, but I locked the door and double-checked the windows before going back to bed. The next morning, Emma said something that stuck with me. She said, "Maybe Luna's remembering something, like something from before you got her." I nodded, but I didn't really know what to say. The idea hadn't crossed my mind before, but it made sense. Maybe something about our house or yard was triggering a memory for her, a bad one. It was an unsettling thought, but at least it felt like an explanation. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started wondering more about her life before the shelter. The paperwork they'd given us didn't say much, just that she'd been found at an abandoned property and was estimated to be about 3 years old. I called the shelter to see if they had any additional records, but they told me they didn't. They suggested I focus on helping Luna adjust to her new home, but the truth was I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her story. And the more I thought about it, the more I started noticing things I hadn't before. Small things like the way she avoided certain spots in the house or how she seemed to flinch at certain sounds. It felt like she was trying to tell us something, but we just didn't know how to listen. A couple of weeks after Emma's visit, Luna's strange behavior took an even more puzzling turn. By this point, We had gotten used to her nighttime antics. It was a little exhausting, but we'd settled into a pattern. If she barked or acted up, one of us would get up, check the house, and reassure her that everything was fine. Most nights it didn't last long, and she'd eventually calm down and go back to her bed. But one night Luna refused to settle down. It was a Tuesday, and I remember it clearly because Sarah had a big meeting at work the next morning. She wasn't thrilled about getting woken up multiple times, and neither was I. Luna started pacing around 1 a.m., circling the living room and hallway like she was looking for something. At first I thought she might need to go out, so I grabbed her leash and took her to the yard. But once we were outside, she didn't even sniff around or do her usual routine. Instead, she just stood there, staring toward the tree line at the back of the yard. I stood next to her, trying to follow her gaze. I couldn't see anything unusual, just the trees swaying a little in the breeze. But Luna wouldn't budge. I tugged on the leash, gently calling her name, but she stayed frozen in place. Eventually, I had to carry her back inside. She's not a big dog, but she's heavy enough that carrying her wasn't easy. By the time we got back in, I was wide awake and more than a little irritated. I brought her to her bed in the living room, but she refused to lie down. Instead, she started pacing again, this time with her tail tucked and her ears pinned back. It was the same behavior she'd shown before when she was anxious or upset, but it felt more intense this time. She wasn't barking or growling, just pacing back and forth over and over. Sarah came out of the bedroom looking groggy and annoyed. "What's going on with her?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. I shrugged, feeling just as clueless. "I don't know, she's acting weird again. Maybe she saw something outside." Sarah sighed and sat down on the couch, watching Luna with a concerned expression. "This is getting out of hand," she said. "We need to figure out what's going on with her." I agreed, but I didn't know where to start. It wasn't like Luna could tell us what was wrong, and nothing we'd tried so far seemed to make a difference. We sat there for a while, watching her pace. Eventually, Sarah went back to bed and I stayed up, hoping Luna would calm down. Around 3 a.m., Luna finally stopped pacing. She walked over to the sliding glass door that led to the backyard and sat down, staring out into the dark. I watched her for a minute, trying to figure out what she was so focused on. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I noticed something. Just a faint glimmer of light moving slowly between the trees. It was hard to tell what it was from inside the house. It could have been a flashlight, or maybe the reflection of something metallic. Either way, it didn't make sense. Our backyard was fenced in, and there was no reason for anyone to be back there, especially in the middle of the night. My first thought was that it was a raccoon or some other animal, but the light didn't move like an animal would. It was slow and deliberate, like someone was walking through the trees with a flashlight. My stomach tightened as I realized how close it was to our yard, maybe 20 or 30 feet past the fence. I stood up and walked over to the door, trying to get a better look. Luna stayed by my side, her body tense. I thought about opening the door, but something stopped me. Instead, I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the trees. The moment the beam hit the tree line, the light disappeared. Whatever, or whoever it was, they were gone. I stood there for a few minutes, scanning the yard and the trees, but I didn't see anything else. Luna stayed alert, her eyes locked on the same spot where the light had been. Eventually, I pulled. The curtains closed and tried to calm her down. She seemed restless, but at least she wasn't pacing anymore. The next morning, I told Sarah about what I'd seen. She looked uneasy, but tried to brush it off. "Maybe it was just someone passing through," she said, though she didn't sound convinced. "A hiker or something." "Who's hiking at 3 a.m.? I asked. Sarah didn't have an answer. Neither did I. For the next few nights, Luna seemed calmer. I wondered if maybe whatever had been bothering her was gone now. But just as I started to relax, things got stranger. One night I came home late from work. Sarah was already in bed, and Luna was lying on the couch looking sleepy. I went to the kitchen to grab a snack and noticed that the sliding glass door was unlocked. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe Sarah had forgotten to lock it. After letting Luna out, But when I went to lock it, I noticed something odd. There were smudges on the glass right at the bottom where Luna usually pressed her nose. But these weren't nose smudges. They were handprints, small, faint, but definitely there. My first thought was that Sarah had been cleaning the glass and hadn't wiped it down completely. But when I asked her about it the next morning, she shook her head. "I haven't touched the door," she said. "Why?" I didn't want to worry her, so I brushed it off. "No reason," I said. "Just thought I saw something weird." But the truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about those handprints. They didn't make sense. And the more I thought about it, the more I started to wonder if it was connected to Luna's behavior. After finding the handprints on the glass door, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to convince myself it wasn't a big deal. Maybe I'd just overlooked them before, or maybe they were left over from a previous cleaning. But the timing bothered me. Luna's strange behavior, the light in the trees, and now this. It all felt connected even if I couldn't piece it together. For the next few days, I paid closer attention to everything around the house. I checked the locks multiple times a day, made sure the windows were secure, and even started keeping a small flashlight by the bed in case I needed it during the night. Luna seemed calmer, though she still had moments where she would pause and stare at the sliding glass door, as if expecting something to happen. I started leaving the curtains closed all the time, not wanting to see what might be on the other side. One evening, Sarah and I were having dinner when Luna started barking at the front door. It was unusual. She usually barked at the back door, or in the living room, but she rarely paid attention to the front. I got up to check, thinking it was probably just a delivery or someone walking by. But when I looked through the peephole, no one was there. I opened the door and stepped outside, scanning the street. It was quiet, with no cars or people in sight. I stood there for a minute, looking up and down the block before heading back inside. Luna had stopped barking but was still pacing near the door, her ears perked up. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every little sound seemed louder than usual, and I kept imagining movement outside the windows. At one point, I thought I heard something faint, a rustling noise coming from the backyard, but I told myself it was just the wind or an animal. I didn't want to get up and check. I was tired of feeling on edge all the time, and I didn't want to feed into my own paranoia. The next morning I went outside to take a closer look at the backyard. Everything seemed normal at first, just the usual leaves and branches scattered around. But as I walked along the edge of the fence, I noticed something that made me stop. There was a small section of the fence where the wood looked warped, like someone had tried to pull it apart. The ground below was disturbed with faint impressions that could have been footprints. I crouched down to get a better look, trying to figure out what could have caused it. Maybe it was an animal, I thought, but the size and shape of the marks didn't seem right. They were too big to be from a raccoon or a dog, but not quite large enough to be from something like a deer. And the warped section of the fence, it looked like someone had grabbed the boards and pulled, trying to create an opening. I showed Sarah when she got home from work, and she looked as uneasy as I felt. "Do you think someone's been back here?" she asked. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we should probably call someone, just in case." We ended up contacting a local handyman to fix the fence and reinforce it with extra supports. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I figured it was better to be safe than sorry. Sarah suggested installing a security camera, so we ordered one online and set it up a few days later. It felt like overkill at first, but it gave us some peace of mind. For a while, things went back to normal. Luna seemed more relaxed, and there were no more strange lights or handprints. But then, about a week after the camera was installed, we got a notification on our phones in the middle of the night. The camera had picked up motion in the backyard. I opened the app and looked at the live feed. At first I didn't see anything. The yard was dark and the camera's night vision made everything look grainy and gray. But then I noticed it, just a faint shape near the back fence, where the wood had been warped before. It was hard to make out, but it looked like someone crouching low to the ground just outside the fence line. My heart sank. I woke Sarah up and showed her the footage. She looked at the screen, her face pale. "What do we do?" she whispered. I didn't have a good answer. I didn't want to confront whoever or whatever was out there. So we called the non-emergency police line and explained the situation. An officer came by about half an hour later to check the area, but by then, the figure was gone. He didn't find anything unusual, just the same warped section of the fence, and some faint marks on the ground. The officer suggested keeping the camera running and reporting any future incidents. He said it was probably just a trespasser or someone passing through, but his tone didn't do much to reassure us. After he left, we sat in the living room with Luna, who seemed unusually calm, almost as if she knew the worst was over. In the weeks that followed, nothing else happened. The camera didn't pick up any more motion, and Luna went back to her usual self. We kept the curtains closed and made a habit of double-checking the locks, but over time, we started to feel normal again. It was almost like the whole thing had never happened. It was one of those Saturdays where we didn't have much of a plan but wanted to get outside. My girlfriend Kate and I had been talking about hiking for a while. Neither of us were serious hikers, but we both liked being in nature, and it felt like a good way to spend the day. We looked up a few trails online and picked one that was about an hour's drive away, in a state park we'd never visited before. The website said it was moderately easy and that the views were worth it. So we packed some water bottles, snacks, and a small first aid kit, just in case. The drive out was pretty uneventful. It was late spring, so everything was green and blooming. We rolled down the windows to let in some fresh air and listen to music. The state park wasn't particularly popular, which was one of the reasons we chose it. We figured it wouldn't be too crowded, and we were right. When we pulled into the parking lot, there were maybe 2 or 3 other cars. We grabbed our stuff and started walking toward the main trailhead. There was a wooden sign with a map of the area, and Kate took a picture of it with her phone. Just in case we lose service, she said. It was a habit of hers, and honestly, it was a good one. I didn't think we'd need it, though. The trails looked pretty straightforward. The first part of the hike was nice. The path was wide, and we saw a few other hikers here and there. Everyone was friendly, giving the usual nods or quick greetings as they passed. After about an hour, we reached a fork in the trail. The left path was clearly marked with a sign pointing to a scenic overlook, but the right path had no sign at all. It looked less maintained, with weeds and grass creeping onto the dirt. "Should we check it out?" Kate asked. I hesitated. The unmarked path didn't look like part of the official trail, but it was wide enough that it seemed like it had been used regularly. "Why not?" I said after a moment. "We've got plenty of daylight." So we took the right path. At first, it didn't feel much different from the main trail, just a bit quieter. The trees were denser and we couldn't see as far ahead, but it still felt safe. There was a sense of curiosity about where it might lead. After about 20 minutes, the path started to narrow. It wasn't drastic, but it was enough to notice. There were more rocks and roots, and the ground was uneven. Kate mentioned that it didn't look like it had been maintained for a while, and I agreed. Still, there was something interesting about it. It felt like we were discovering a part of the park that most people didn't bother to explore. That's when we saw the fence. At first, it didn't register as anything unusual. It was a chain-link fence about 6 feet tall, with rust covering most of it. The kind of thing you'd expect to see around construction sites or utility areas. But this wasn't a construction site or a utility area. It was the middle of the forest, far off the main trail. The fence stretched out in both directions, disappearing into the trees. It wasn't clear what it was for or why it was there. Kate walked up to it and ran her fingers over the metal. "This is weird," she said, more to herself than to me. I nodded. "Yeah, it's not on the map, is it?" She pulled out her phone and checked the pictures she'd taken at the trailhead. There was nothing about a fence, at least not in this part of the park. We followed it for a bit, trying to see where it led. The more we walked, the stranger it felt. The fence didn't have any markings, no signs, no warnings, no logos. Just rusted metal and a few spots where the chain links had been patched up with newer material. "Why would they put this here?" Kate asked. I didn't have an answer. It didn't make sense. If it was meant to keep people out of something, you'd think there'd be a sign or maybe a gate, but there was nothing like that. After a few minutes, we came across a section where the fence had been broken. It wasn't a small hole either. It looked like someone had taken bolt cutters to it. The edges of the metal were jagged, and the opening was just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Kate stopped and looked at me. Should we go in? I hesitated. It felt like crossing some sort of line, but at the same time, there was no indication that we weren't allowed to. It wasn't like we were trespassing, at least not officially. Let's just see what's on the other side, I said. We won't go far. We stepped through the opening, careful not to snag our clothes on the sharp edges. The ground on the other side was different, softer, like the soil had been turned over recently. The trees were spaced farther apart, and there were faint impressions in the dirt that looked like they could have been tracks. But they weren't from people. They were too big for that. We didn't talk much as we walked, but we both noticed the same thing. It felt different here. The air was still and there was no sound. No birds, no wind, nothing. It wasn't eerie exactly, just quiet. After a few minutes, Kate stopped and pointed to something in the distance. What's that? I squinted. It looked like a structure, maybe a small shed or an old shack. It was hard to tell from where we were standing. Should we check it out? She asked. I wasn't sure. Part of me wanted to turn back, but another part of me wanted to see what it was. We'd come this far after all. Yeah, I said finally. Let's take a look. We walked slowly toward the structure, staying alert as we moved through the trees. From a distance, it still wasn't entirely clear what it was. The closer we got, the stranger it seemed. It wasn't exactly a building, at least not in the traditional sense. It looked more like a metal container, rectangular and weathered, with rust streaks running down its sides. It stood out against the natural surroundings, and I couldn't help but wonder how long it had been sitting there. It's definitely not a shed, Kate said as we got closer. No kidding, I replied, trying to make sense of it. The container was about the size of a shipping crate, maybe a little larger. It had no windows and only one door on the side, which was slightly ajar. There were no markings or labels on it, just patches of peeling paint that might have once been green. Kate stopped a few feet away and looked at me. You think we should go in? I didn't answer right away. Something about the container felt off, but not in a dramatic way. More like it didn't belong there. It was too industrial for the middle of a forest, especially in an area that wasn't supposed to have any kind of development. But at the same time, my curiosity was nagging at me. Let's just look inside, I said finally. If it's nothing, we'll head back. She nodded and we stepped closer. The door creaked slightly as Kate pushed it open, revealing a dim interior. The first thing I noticed was the smell, stale and metallic, like the air hadn't moved in years. Inside, the space was cramped and cluttered with old equipment. There were metal shelves along the wall stacked with rusted tools, empty containers and wires tangled into chaotic piles. What is this place? Kate asked, her voice low. I shook my head. No idea. Looks like some kind of storage or workshop maybe? We moved cautiously, careful not to touch anything. The floor was covered in dust, but there were faint scuff marks like something had been dragged across it recently. I tried to convince myself it was probably just animals, but the marks didn't look random. As we walked further in, we noticed a small desk in the corner. It was cluttered with papers and notebooks, all yellowed with age. Kate picked up one of the notebooks and flipped through it. Anything interesting? I asked. She frowned. It's hard to tell. Most of it's just numbers and diagrams. I can't make sense of it. I glanced over her shoulder and saw what she meant. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, but they didn't explain much, just rows of numbers and sketches of what looked like electrical circuits. It was like whoever had written them assumed the reader would already know what they meant. What do you think they were working on out here? Kate asked, setting the notebook back down. I have no idea, I said, but it doesn't look like they've been here for a while. That's when we noticed the sound. It was faint at first, just a low hum in the background, so subtle that I almost thought I was imagining it. But as we stood there, it grew louder. Not by much, but enough to make us stop and listen. Do you hear that? Kate asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, I said, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. It seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper in the container. We followed the sound to the back of the room, where a metal hatch was built into the floor. It was small, about 3 feet across, with a wheel lock in the center. The hum grew louder as we approached it, and I could feel a faint vibration in the floor beneath my feet. This is getting weird, Kate said, eyeing the hatch. No kidding, I said. For a moment we just stood there, staring at it. The hum was steady, almost rhythmic, and it didn't feel natural. It wasn't like the sound of wind or running water, it was mechanical, deliberate. Should we open it? Kate asked. I hesitated. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't mess with it. But don't you want to know what's down there? Of course I did. But at the same time, there was a part of me that didn't want to find out. It felt like crossing another line, like stepping into something we weren't supposed to see. In the end, curiosity won out. I grabbed the wheel lock and turned it slowly. The metal groaned in protest, but after a few seconds, it started to move. Kate helped me lift the hatch, and we peered inside. What we saw was unexpected. The space below wasn't a basement or a storage area. It was a tunnel, lined with smooth concrete walls and dimly lit by fluorescent lights. The hum was louder now, echoing off the walls, and the air felt cooler, almost damp. Okay, this is officially weird, Kate said. Yeah, I agreed. We stood there for a moment, neither of us sure what to do. The tunnel stretched out in both directions, disappearing into the distance. It didn't make any sense. Who builds something like this in the middle of the woods? We should go back, I said finally. Kate nodded. Yeah, this feels wrong. We closed the hatch and stepped back, suddenly very aware of how quiet it was outside the container. The hum was still there, faint and muffled, but it felt different now, like it wasn't just a sound, but something that didn't belong. Let's get out of here, Kate said, and I didn't argue. We didn't waste any time leaving the container. Kate stepped out first, and I followed, pulling the door shut behind me. The forest outside felt brighter than before, but not in a comforting way. It was almost disorienting after being in the dim, confined space. Neither of us said much at first. We just kept walking, retracing our steps along the broken fence. The air was still, the kind of silence you don't usually notice until you're paying attention. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone behind us, but the forest looked the same as it had when we arrived. When we reached the gap in the fence, Kate stopped and turned to me. Do you think we should tell someone about this? I thought about it for a second. Tell them what, though? We found an old container with a tunnel underneath it. It's not like we have any proof that something illegal is going on. But it's weird, right? It doesn't feel like it belongs here. I nodded. Yeah, it's definitely weird, but I don't even know who we'd report it to. Park rangers? The police? They'd probably just say it's private property or something. Kate didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue. I guess you're right, she said, stepping through the fence. We kept walking, sticking to the path we'd followed earlier. It felt longer this time, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd gone too far. The trees all started to look the same, and for a moment, I thought we might have gotten lost. But then we saw the fork in the trail, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Almost there, Kate said, her voice quieter than usual. When we got back to the main trail, it was like stepping into a different world. The forest felt lighter, more familiar. We passed a couple of hikers heading the other way, and they gave us polite nods as they walked by. I wanted to stop them, to ask if they'd ever seen the fence or the container, but I didn't. What would I even say? By the time we reached the parking lot, the sun was lower in the sky. The few cars that had been there earlier were gone, except for ours. It was strange seeing the lot so empty, but I didn't dwell on it. We just got into the car and started driving. The ride home was quiet. Kate stared out the window, and I kept my eyes on the road. I didn't know how to bring up what we'd seen, or if I even wanted to. It wasn't until we were almost home that she finally spoke. Do you think anyone else knows about it? I shrugged. Probably. Someone had to build it, right? Yeah, but why? What's it for? I don't know, I said honestly, and I'm not sure I want to know. She didn't say anything after that, and we didn't talk about it again for a few days. But it stayed in the back of my mind, nagging at me. The tunnel, the hum, the scuff marks on the floor, it all felt too deliberate to be random. Someone had been there recently, and whoever it was, they didn't seem to want anyone else to find it. A week later, I decided to look up the park online. I wasn't expecting much, but I figured it couldn't hurt to see if anyone else had mentioned anything unusual. Most of what I found was the usual stuff, trail reviews, photos of scenic overlooks, things like that. But then I stumbled across an old forum post from a few years ago. The person had written about finding a fence in the middle of the woods, just like we had. They didn't mention a container or a tunnel, but they did say they'd seen tire tracks leading away from the fence like someone had been driving through there. They'd tried to follow the tracks, but they'd disappeared into the trees. The post didn't have any replies, and the account that posted it was no longer active. But it made me wonder how many other people had found the fence, or if they'd gone further than we did. I thought about going back, but the more I thought about it, the less appealing it seemed. Whatever was out there, it wasn't meant for us to find. And as much as my curiosity tried to push me, there was a part of me that didn't want to take the risk. In the end, I decided to let it go. Maybe the fence was just an old boundary line, and the container was some kind of forgotten storage unit. Or maybe it was something more, something that was better left alone. Kate and I didn't go hiking for a while after that. It wasn't that we were scared, at least that's what I told myself. I wasn't much of an outdoorsy person, but when my coworker Sarah invited me to join her group for a weekend hiking trip, I decided to step out of my comfort zone. I figured it was a good chance to try something new, and the idea of being out in nature, away from emails and deadlines, sounded appealing. The group was made up of Sarah, her boyfriend Josh, a few of their friends, and some people I'd never met before. There were about 10 of us in total. We signed up for a guided hike in a forest reserve about 3 hours away from the city. The trail was described as moderately challenging, with scenic viewpoints and plenty of wildlife to spot along the way. The guide, Tom, was a seasoned hiker in his mid-50s who seemed to know every inch of the forest. He was one of those laid-back types who could tell stories about every tree and animal. His confidence was reassuring, and I remember thinking we were in good hands. We started early on Saturday morning. The air was crisp, and the trailhead was already bustling with other hikers getting ready to set off. After a brief safety talk, Tom led us into the woods. The first part of the trail was easy enough, flat and well marked. Everyone was in good spirits, chatting and snapping photos. I stayed close to Sarah since I didn't know anyone else well, but the group was friendly and welcoming. As the hours passed, the trail became steeper and more rugged. The trees grew denser, and the sunlight barely made it through the canopy. It was beautiful, but also a little intimidating. The sounds of the forest, birds chirping, leaves rustling, felt louder here, as if they were amplified by the silence between conversations. Around midday, we stopped for lunch at a clearing near a small stream. It was the perfect spot to rest, with plenty of shade and flat rocks to sit on. People unpacked sandwiches and snacks, sharing bits of food and stories about past hikes. Tom told us about some of the local wildlife we might see: deer, foxes, and maybe even a bear, though he assured us that sightings were rare. That's when I first noticed Paul. He was one of the quieter members of the group, a guy in his early 20s who'd come alone. He had been walking at the back of the group most of the morning, rarely speaking unless someone addressed him directly. During lunch, he sat a little apart from the rest of us, scrolling through his phone. It wasn't anything unusual, but something about him struck me as odd, not in a bad way, just different. After lunch, we packed up and continued on. Tom told us the trail ahead would be the most challenging part, with a steep incline leading up to a scenic viewpoint. Everyone seemed excited, though the energy was noticeably quieter as the hike wore on. The group began to spread out, with the faster hikers moving ahead and the slower ones falling behind. I stayed in the middle, keeping a steady pace. Paul drifted to the back again. I glanced back a few times to see him taking photos of the trees and moss-covered rocks. At one point, I heard Sarah call out to him, joking that he was going to get left behind if he didn't keep up. He waved her off with a quick smile but didn't seem to pick up his pace. It wasn't until we reached the viewpoint that we realized he wasn't with us anymore. The group gathered at the edge of the cliff, admiring the panoramic view of the valley below. The sight was breathtaking, with rolling hills stretching as far as the eye could see. People pulled out their phones to capture the moment, laughing and chatting. Then someone, I think it was Josh, asked, "Hey, where's that guy? Paul, right?" We all looked around, expecting him to appear any second, but he didn't. Tom, who had been unpacking a map to show us the route back, looked up with a frown. "He was just behind us," he said. There was a brief moment of confusion as everyone tried to remember when they'd last seen him. Some said it was during lunch, while others swore they'd seen him on the trail just before the climb. I realized I hadn't looked back for a while, and a knot of guilt formed in my stomach. Tom seemed unconcerned at first, saying it wasn't unusual for people to fall behind. "He probably stopped to take more pictures," he said. "We'll wait here for a bit, he'll catch up." We waited for about 10 minutes, but there was no sign of Paul. 10 minutes turned into 20, and still there was no sign of Paul. The group started to grow restless. Tom, ever the calm and collected guide, suggested we backtrack a little to look for him. "He might have taken a wrong turn or stopped farther back than we thought," he said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Splitting up wasn't an option. Tom was adamant about staying together, especially since the trail ahead would start descending, and it could be easy for someone to get lost in the dense forest. We reluctantly left the viewpoint and started retracing our steps. The mood shifted as we walked back. Earlier there had been a buzz of excitement, but now it felt quieter, like everyone was focused on the task at hand. A few people called out Paul's name as we walked, but there was no response. The trail looked the same as it had on the way up, but somehow it felt different. I started noticing how similar everything looked. The trees, the rocks, even the way the trail curved. It was the kind of place where losing your sense of direction seemed all too easy. After about 15 minutes, Tom stopped abruptly. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered, mostly to himself. He took out his map and compass, turning in a slow circle as if trying to orient himself. The group huddled around him, waiting for an explanation. "What's wrong?" Sarah asked. "We should have hit the spot where we had lunch by now," Tom replied. "It wasn't this far back." A ripple of unease spread through the group. Some people started talking over each other, speculating about whether we'd missed a turn or if the trail had forked somewhere without us noticing. Tom assured us that wasn't the case. "I've done this trail 100 times," he said. "There's no fork and we've been following the same path." I glanced at Sarah, who looked as unsettled as I felt. It wasn't like we were lost. Tom was too experienced for that, but something about the situation felt off. We pressed on, and soon we reached the lunch spot, or at least what we thought was the lunch spot. It looked similar, same stream, same flat rocks, but there was something different about it. For one, the area felt undisturbed. There were no wrappers, no stray water bottles, none of the signs that a group of 10 people had sat there just hours earlier. "This is it, isn't it?" Josh asked, looking around. "It's close, but..." Tom trailed off, crouching by the stream. He ran his fingers through the water, frowning as if the clarity of the stream told him something he didn't like. He stood up quickly and adjusted his backpack. "Let's keep moving," he said. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but followed his lead. We walked farther back, calling out Paul's name every few minutes. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the trail. I tried not to think about how the forest seemed darker than it should have been. That's when we found his camera. It was lying just off the trail near the base of a tree. Sarah was the one who spotted it, and she called out for Tom, who came over and picked it up. The camera strap was tangled around some undergrowth, as if it had been dropped in a hurry. "This is Paul's, right?" Sarah asked, though it was clear she already knew the answer. Tom nodded, his brow furrowing. He turned the camera on and started scrolling through the photos. Most of them were the typical shots you'd expect. Trees, the stream, a few candid pictures of the group. Then he stopped on one photo and went completely still. "What is it?" someone asked, but Tom didn't answer. He just stared at the screen, his lips pressed into a thin line. Impatient, Josh stepped closer and looked over Tom's shoulder. "What the hell?" he muttered. By now everyone was crowding around, craning their necks to see. I finally got a glimpse of the photo, and my stomach twisted. It was a blurry shot, like it had been taken in motion. In the background you could see trees and part of the trail, but the foreground was what caught everyone's attention. There was a figure, just barely visible, out of focus. It wasn't one of us, and it didn't look like Paul either. Whoever, it seemed to be standing too close to the camera, their face obscured by motion blur. Tom quickly turned off the camera and stuffed it into his backpack. "Let's keep moving," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. We didn't question him, but the tension in the group was palpable. Everyone was on edge now, glancing over their shoulders and walking closer together. The forest felt quieter than it had all day, like even the birds and insects had decided to stop making noise. After another hour of walking, we still hadn't found Paul. By then, the sun was starting to dip below the treetops, and the shadows stretched long across the ground. Tom finally stopped and turned to face the group. "We need to head back to the trailhead," he said firmly. "But what about Paul?" Sarah asked. "I'll report it as soon as we get back," Tom said. "But we can't be out here after dark," nobody argued with him. The thought of being in the forest at night was enough to make even the most stubborn among us agree. We started heading back, but the unease lingered. Every now and then, someone would look back, as if expecting to see Paul or something else following us. Tom kept a brisk pace and we all stuck close together, no one wanting to be at the back of the line. By the time we made it to the trailhead, the sun had completely set, and the parking lot was bathed in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. Tom kept his promise and immediately called the park rangers to report Paul missing. They assured him they'd start a search first thing in the morning. The group dispersed quickly after that. Nobody wanted to stick around longer than necessary. As I drove home, I couldn't stop thinking about that photo and the figure in it. It had been a week since we'd returned home, and there was still no sign of Paul. The search had continued into the following days. But as time passed, hope began to fade. It didn't help that we hadn't received any updates from the authorities other than that they were still looking for him. The whole situation felt like it was slipping through our fingers. That photo, the one we'd found on Paul's camera, stayed with me more than anything else. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the blurry figure in the foreground. It wasn't a person I recognized, but there was something about the way they stood in that photo that didn't sit right with me. They were too still, too out of place in the way the picture was framed. A couple of days later, I found myself scrolling through my phone, reading news articles about Paul's disappearance. There had been no new developments, no leads. The police were still treating it as a missing person case, and the general public had largely moved on. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on me, the uncertainty that came with not knowing where Paul was, or if we'd ever find him again. I tried to reach out to Tom, but he didn't respond. The last time we spoke, he'd seemed distant, almost like he was avoiding talking about the hike or what had happened. It made sense. I couldn't imagine how heavy the situation was for him. He was the guide, the one who was supposed to keep everyone safe. Now all he had was the guilt. It was about 10 days after the hike when I got a message from Sarah. She had been following up with the search efforts, checking in with the rangers every few days. She had also been thinking about the camera photo, and it was the one thing that we all kept coming back to. "I think I know where Paul was," Sarah said in the message. "I've been looking at the trail maps again. There's a small offshoot just a few minutes before where we took that break by the stream. It's not marked on the main trail, but I remember seeing a sign for it on a different map when we were planning the hike. I don't think Tom ever mentioned it." I sat there for a few moments rereading her message. I had no idea what she was talking about. There was no offshoot. We had stuck to the main trail, and Tom had been explicit about not straying from it. But Sarah seemed sure about it. I didn't know what to make of it. The whole situation felt like a tangled knot, and every new detail just seemed to complicate it more. What if Paul had taken that offshoot? What if that's where the photo was taken? That would explain why Tom hadn't mentioned it. It wasn't part of the usual route. I decided to go back to the trail, to retrace those steps myself. It wasn't rational, but I needed closure. I needed to see it for myself. When I arrived, at the parking lot again, everything looked the same, but it felt different. The hike itself was supposed to be relaxing, a peaceful way to enjoy the outdoors. But now, with the knowledge of what had happened, it felt more like a reminder of something gone wrong. I walked the trail again slowly this time, paying close attention to every detail. The further I went, the more familiar the scenery seemed. When I reached the stream, I stopped, my eyes scanning the rocks where we'd eaten lunch. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary, nothing to suggest that Paul had been here, or that something had happened. But then I remembered Sarah's message and the offshoot. I decided to look for it. I knew it was supposed to be nearby, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was on the edge of something I wasn't supposed to find. I walked past the familiar landmarks and kept going, deeper into the woods, searching for that offshoot. After a while, I saw a narrow path veering off the main trail. It wasn't marked, and it didn't look like it had been walked on recently. But it was there, just as Sarah had described. I stood there for a while, considering whether or not I should go down that path. It felt wrong to keep going, but the curiosity was too strong to ignore. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. The woods here were quieter, darker, with thicker trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. The further I walked, the more isolated I felt, as if I was stepping into a place I wasn't supposed to be. A few minutes in, I heard something, a snap of a twig. I stopped in my tracks, trying to figure out where the sound had come from. My first thought was that it was an animal, but I wasn't sure. And then I heard something else. A voice. It wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for me to catch the words, "You shouldn't have come." I froze. The voice was faint, but it was there. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing behind me. That's when I felt it. The same unease I had when I first saw Paul's camera. The same feeling that something was off, that I wasn't alone even though I clearly was. I took a step back and then turned to leave, the path feeling even longer now, as if I was walking in circles. I didn't want to stay any longer. As I made my way back to the main trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. It was like I wasn't supposed to be there, like I was intruding on something that wasn't meant for me. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd heard, or what I felt. I didn't know how to explain it. All I knew was that when I reached the parking lot again, I didn't want to go back to that trail. Not now, not ever. I've never heard from Paul again. The search ended, and the case was eventually closed. No one knows what happened to him that day. But whenever I think back to that hike, I can't help but wonder if we were meant to find something we weren't supposed to see. I was just a few days into my recovery after a routine surgery, and I didn't expect things to be exciting. It was a simple procedure, and the doctors kept reassuring me that I'd be out of the hospital in no time. They said everything was going well, so I wasn't too worried. The hospital room I was in was pretty standard. White walls, a small bed, a window with a view of the parking lot. The usual. The first night was a bit rough. I hadn't slept well before the surgery, so I was still feeling the effects of the anesthesia, and the pain from the incision site was making it hard to find a comfortable position. I wasn't sure if it was the meds or just the recovery process, but I kept drifting in and out of sleep. I think it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up, feeling a little too awake for the middle of the night. I had a roommate in the next bed. She was older than me, probably in her 60s or 70s, and she didn't say much. I'd only seen her in passing since I got settled into the room. She seemed to mostly keep to herself. I hadn't heard her speak more than a few words to the nurses when they came to check on her. Her bed was positioned so I could barely see her face, and I hadn't really had a chance to talk to her, but that was fine. Hospitals are usually pretty quiet places, especially at night, and I figured it was just going to be a quiet stay for me. but the first night did feel a little strange. I couldn't quite shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the room, even though I knew I was. I had just gotten used to that kind of space, the quiet buzz of the machines, the dim lights in the hallway outside. There was something about it, though, something that made me feel uneasy, like I was waiting for something, but I couldn't place what it was. I don't know why I even thought this, but I kept thinking I heard soft footsteps in the hallway. Every time I'd hear them, I'd wait for the door to open, expecting a nurse or someone to check in, but it never happened. After a while, I convinced myself it was probably just the hospital's sounds, doors creaking, people moving around, even the air conditioning making strange noises. It was the kind of place where you could hear everything if you were lying still enough, and I was trying to get used to it. I remember it was a little past midnight when the first incident with the woman in the next bed happened. I wasn't sure if I had been asleep for a few minutes or a few hours, but I suddenly woke up to the sound of someone breathing heavily. It was coming from her side of the room. I turned toward her bed, hoping to get a glimpse of what was going on, but her back was facing me, and I couldn't see her face clearly. Her breathing was quick and shallow, almost like she was struggling to breathe, but it didn't seem like she was awake. I thought maybe she was having a bad dream or something, but it sounded more like a panic attack or some sort of episode. I considered pressing the call button for the nurse, but I didn't want to disturb her if it was just something temporary. It didn't seem like she was in real trouble, so I just waited a bit, listening to the quiet sound of her uneven breaths. Eventually, her breathing settled down, and everything went back to normal. I went back to sleep, though I can't say I wasn't a little unsettled by the whole thing. I tried to shake it off as just another normal night in the hospital. The next day, I didn't think much about it. The nurses came in to check on both of us, and I noticed that the older woman was awake, but she wasn't as alert as I would have expected. She was just staring at the ceiling, not really moving, not talking. It felt strange because she wasn't even acknowledging the nurses. They seemed to be used to it, though, and didn't try to get her to respond. They did their checks, adjusted her IVs, and left. That's when I first got a better look at her. She seemed older than I had thought at first. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and she had these dark circles under her eyes. I didn't think much of it, though. People go through a lot in hospitals, and sometimes it takes a while to adjust. Later on, I was in and out of sleep most of the day, recovering from the surgery. The pain wasn't bad, but I was still pretty groggy. I noticed that the older woman didn't speak a word all day. She just stared at the wall or the window, hardly moving except for when the nurses came in to check on her. Even then, she didn't seem to respond much. She'd nod or mumble something under her breath, but it was barely audible. I'm not sure why, but that day felt different. I kept catching myself staring at her, trying to figure out if she was okay. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but I started feeling like something wasn't quite right. She didn't seem like someone who should have been in a hospital, at least not in the way she was acting. The doctors and nurses didn't seem concerned, though. They just did their rounds and moved on, as if it was completely normal. That night, I found it hard to fall asleep again. It was like my mind wouldn't shut off. I kept thinking about how strange it was that the woman hadn't spoken to anyone, not even the nurses. It made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. The room felt too quiet, too still, even though I knew I was in a hospital with plenty of people around. It felt like we were alone in our little corner of the building. I wasn't sure if I should try talking to her. I didn't want to intrude, and honestly, I wasn't sure if she'd respond. She seemed so distant, almost as if she wasn't even aware of her surroundings. That night, as I lay there staring at the ceiling, I started hearing the soft breathing again. But this time, it wasn't the older woman. It was something else. The breathing was slower, more measured, but it still had that heavy, almost labored sound. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was just my imagination or a trick of the hospital sounds, but it wouldn't stop. I tried to focus on other things, counting the seconds, moving around a bit, but the sound was still there. It felt like it was getting closer, but no matter how I turned, I couldn't see anyone. I finally managed to drift off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right with the room. Something about the quiet, the way the older woman never seemed to really react. The odd sound of the breathing, it all started to come together in a way that made me feel more uneasy than I liked. But still, I just kept telling myself it was nothing. Nothing more than the hospital's usual noise. That was how the next couple of days went. I was still recovering, and I kept to myself mostly. The woman in the next bed didn't seem to improve, but she wasn't getting worse either. She stayed in the same state, quiet, distant, almost completely unresponsive. The nurses still checked on her, but it seemed like no one really paid her any special attention. The whole thing felt off, but I didn't know why. Then, one evening, I noticed something that changed everything. It was late and the nurses had just left after doing their rounds. I was half asleep when I felt a sudden shift in the air, something subtle but distinct. I turned to look at the older woman, and for the first time in days, she was staring straight at me. Her eyes were wide open, focused, and she wasn't blinking. I froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. She didn't say anything, just looked at me like she was waiting for something. But I wasn't sure what. I wanted to speak, but I couldn't bring myself to. Something about her gaze felt strange, like she wasn't fully there. It felt like she was looking through me, not at me. And that's when I started feeling like something was wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with the woman in the next bed. The way she stared at me wide-eyed had me unsettled for the rest of the night. I tried to ignore it and convinced myself that she was just a little disoriented, maybe from the medication or something. But it didn't sit right with me. The way she looked at me didn't seem like the usual confusion you get from someone in a hospital bed. It was almost as if she was waiting for me to say something, but there was no indication she could speak. The next day, the nurses came in like they always did, checking on both of us, adjusting our IVs, and making sure everything was going okay. I noticed that when they came near her bed, she barely moved and they didn't seem concerned. It was like they were used to it. Still, there was this quiet tension in the room that I couldn't shake. I kept feeling like I was being watched even when I was just staring at the ceiling or trying to nap. It wasn't something you could easily explain. It was just this quiet weight, like the room was too still. That night, it happened again. I had just gotten comfortable, trying to relax and forget about the weirdness from the night before. I was almost asleep when I heard something. It was faint, but it was definitely there. A soft rustling sound, like something shifting in the sheets. I figured it was the woman in the next bed. Maybe she was trying to get comfortable or adjust her position. I didn't think too much about it at first. But then I heard something that made me sit up straight. It wasn't a rustle, it was more like a soft, whispered voice. At first I thought I was imagining it, but when it happened again, I couldn't ignore it. It sounded almost like she was speaking, but the words were so faint that I couldn't make them out. I glanced over at her bed and saw her lying there, still in the same position as before. She wasn't moving, but I could hear the voice clearer this time. I froze. I wasn't sure if I should call for the nurse or just wait. The voice sounded like it was coming from her, but she didn't seem to be talking. It was so quiet that I thought maybe I was just hearing things, but then I heard it again, this time more clearly. "Help me." I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't tell if she was speaking in her sleep, or if something was really wrong. But the way she said, it didn't sound like someone talking in their sleep. It was too clear, too specific. I looked at her again, and she was still facing the ceiling, not even blinking. I called out to her, asking if she was okay, but she didn't respond. There was no change in her position, no reaction. I wasn't sure if I should press the call button. I didn't want to overreact, but it felt like something wasn't right. I waited a few moments, thinking maybe she was just having a rough time, but the voice came again. "Help me." This time I couldn't ignore it. It sounded desperate, almost like she was pleading. I quickly pressed the nurse call button and waited. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that it was probably just a weird side effect of the medications, or something. But the voice kept repeating in my mind, "Help me." A few minutes later, a nurse came into the room. I told her what had happened, that I heard the voice and I wasn't sure if the woman in the bed was okay. The nurse didn't seem too concerned at first. She walked over to the woman's bed, checked her vitals, and adjusted her IV. "She's fine," the nurse said with a reassuring smile. "She's probably just a little confused from the medication. We'll keep an eye on her, but it's nothing to worry about." I felt a bit relieved, but still uneasy. The nurse seemed to dismiss it, as if it was just another normal thing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I watched the nurse adjust the woman's position in the bed, and for a moment, I thought maybe she'd wake up. But nothing happened. She just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. It was as if she wasn't even aware the nurse was there. The nurse left after a few more checks, and the room went back to being quiet again. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. My mind kept going back to the voice. I had no idea what it meant, but it felt like it was important. It wasn't just some random noise. It felt like someone was reaching out for help and no one else could hear it. That night, I had trouble falling asleep, but eventually, I must have drifted off. The next morning, everything seemed normal again. The woman in the next bed was still unresponsive, and the nurses came in as usual to do their rounds. But this time, something was different. When the nurse tried to adjust her bed, the woman's arm shifted just slightly. It wasn't much, but it was enough to catch my attention. The nurse didn't seem to notice it at first. She just kept adjusting the sheets, but then she stopped. I could see the look on her face shift a little as she turned toward the woman. There was a long pause, and then the nurse pressed a button on the wall to call for another nurse. I watched as the nurses started to talk quietly among themselves. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but I saw them both checking the woman's vitals again, and this time, they seemed more serious. They didn't speak to her, didn't try to wake her up. It felt like they were just watching her, waiting. I didn't know what was going on, but I could feel the tension building in the room. The woman still didn't react. She hadn't moved, hadn't acknowledged them, but something was clearly happening. The nurses kept adjusting her, checking her IV, and quietly discussing something I couldn't hear. It felt like they were avoiding, looking directly at me as if they didn't want to explain what was going on. Then one of the nurses looked at me, her face suddenly more serious. She didn't say anything at first, just gave me a small nod. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but before I could say anything, she turned back to the woman's bed and started speaking to her softly, almost as if she was trying to coax a response out of her. It didn't seem to do any good. The woman just stared ahead, her eyes still wide open. I felt like I was watching something I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't ignore it. The voice, the plea for help, kept replaying in my mind. What had it meant? Why had she said it? I didn't have answers, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever get them. But I had the strange feeling that whatever was happening in that room, it was far from ordinary. After the nurses left the room, the atmosphere was heavy, almost as if the air had thickened. I stayed in my bed, trying to make sense of what had happened, but it was like everything was slipping through my fingers. The woman in the next bed was still unresponsive, her body completely still. I couldn't stop thinking about the way she had looked at me the night before, and now, the way the nurses were acting. It felt like there was something they weren't telling me, but I couldn't figure out what it was. The rest of the day passed, quietly. The nurses continued to check on her, but I didn't hear any more voices or strange sounds. I even started to wonder if I had imagined it all. Maybe it was just the medication making me hear things, or maybe I was just more anxious than I realized. I tried to push the thoughts out of my mind, telling myself it was all in my head. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. That evening, the same nurse who had come in earlier returned for her rounds. She seemed a bit more serious now, more focused. She checked on the older woman in the next bed, doing her usual routine. But this time, when she moved to adjust the woman's position, she paused. There was a long moment of silence before she quietly pressed the button again, signaling for more help. I watched from my bed, trying not to make it obvious that I was paying attention, but I couldn't stop myself. The nurse wasn't saying anything, and she wasn't making eye contact with me either. She just looked at the older woman, checked her vitals again, and then turned to leave without saying a word. It wasn't until she reached the door that she spoke quietly enough that I could barely hear her. "She's gone." Those words hit me harder than I expected. Gone? How could she be gone? I had just seen her earlier, and while she hadn't been alert, she hadn't looked dead. I didn't know what to think, but the nurse didn't give me much time to process it. She left the room quickly, and I was left there alone with my thoughts. The room felt different. It was still, quieter than I had ever felt it before. I didn't know how to feel. I sat up in my bed, staring at the empty space where she had been. I kept trying to convince myself that I had misunderstood, that maybe the nurse had just been mistaken or using some sort of medical term I didn't understand. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The woman was gone and nothing would change that. I started to feel guilty, wondering if I had missed something, if I could have done something to help her. The next morning, the hospital staff seemed to treat it like business as usual. The bed next to me was stripped, and someone came in to clean the room. The nurses moved around with the same efficiency they always had, but there was an underlying shift in the way they moved. It was like they were pretending everything was normal, but they were all quietly aware of the reality. When I asked one of the nurses about the older woman, they told me they had moved her to a different room. It was an odd thing to say, given that I'd just been told she was gone. I didn't ask any further questions, not because I didn't want to know, but because I wasn't sure if I really wanted the answer. I had seen enough to know that something wasn't right, but the staff wasn't offering any explanations. I thought about it for a long time after I was discharged from the hospital. It was hard to shake the memory of that woman, of the strange way she had looked at me, the voice I had heard, the way everything felt off in that room. Part of me wanted to believe that I was just being paranoid, that I had imagined the whole thing. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't explain it. It wasn't just my imagination, and I knew it wasn't. The hardest part was the silence. That room, with its quiet hum of machines and the soft shuffle of footsteps outside the door, still felt empty to me. Even after I left the hospital, I kept hearing that voice in my head. Help me. I didn't know what it meant, and I probably never would. But I couldn't forget the way she had looked at me, the way she had said those words like they were meant for someone who was too far away to help. Maybe I was just a little too curious. Maybe I shouldn't have looked into it at all. But now, every time I think back to that room, I wonder if there was something more to it, if there was something I missed, something that no one else was willing to acknowledge. The woman in the next bed, who was she really? Why had she said what she did? It was one of those quiet, early mornings when I decided to go fishing. I had been coming to this river for a while now, about a year, give or take, and it had become one of my favorite spots. The river was a little off the beaten path, so not many people fished there. It was peaceful, far enough from town that you didn't get a lot of distractions. The kind of place where you could relax, think, and just enjoy being out in nature. I woke up around 5:30 that morning, grabbing my gear and heading out before the sun even started to rise. The air was cool, the kind of crispness you get early in the day. The trees around the river were thick with leaves, and the only sound you could hear was the faint rush of the water flowing downstream. It was perfect. I loved the stillness. When I got to the spot I normally fish, I noticed something strange. There was a small, old rowboat tied to the bank, which I didn't recognize. It wasn't there the last time I came. The boat was weathered, looking like it had been left there for years, even though the rope still seemed solid enough to keep it anchored. It wasn't unusual to see boats along the river, but something about this one felt different. It seemed out of place, like it didn't belong. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just another boat left behind by someone who had finished their fishing or perhaps just forgot it there. But the sight of it stuck in the back of my mind as I set up my spot for the day. I made myself comfortable on the bank, casting my line into the river, and settled in for a quiet morning of fishing. The sun was starting to rise now, and the light flickered across the water, giving it a golden glow. As the hours passed, I didn't think much more of the boat. I had caught a couple of decent-sized fish, and the morning was peaceful. There was something calming about being out there alone, just me and the sound of the water. No one else was around, which was exactly how I liked it. Most of the time, I'd be the only person at this spot. But then, as I was reeling in my line, I saw someone. At first I thought it was another fisherman coming to use the spot. But when I looked up, I saw that it was an older man, probably in his late 60s, maybe early 70s, walking toward the water from the direction of the boat. He was wearing a heavy jacket, even though the day was warming up, and his face was partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. He moved slowly, as if his body wasn't used to the pace of walking anymore, but there was something about his presence that felt off. He didn't seem to notice me at first, or maybe he was just ignoring me, but he walked straight to the boat and untied it from the bank. He did it slowly, as if he had done this 1,000 times before, like it was part of his routine. His movements weren't rushed or casual. They were deliberate, like he had been doing this for years. I watched, him from the corner of my eye, trying not to stare. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. He climbed into the boat, making the creaky sounds of old wood and the faint splash as he settled in. After a minute or two, the boat started drifting slowly downstream, carried by the current. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe he was just another person who came out to fish at this spot, even though I had never seen him here before. But then again, the river was pretty isolated, so it wasn't like there were a lot of people around. The man didn't fish the way most people did. He didn't cast his line out and wait patiently for a bite. Instead, he sat in the boat, barely moving, just staring at the water. It was strange because most fishermen I knew would at least check their lines or make some small movement, but he was just sitting there, not doing anything. He wasn't looking at the river in a focused way either, more like he was lost in thought or waiting for something. It was like he wasn't even aware of the passing time. After about half an hour of this, I started to feel a little uncomfortable. The man still hadn't moved, just sitting there in the boat, staring out at the water. And still, he hadn't acknowledged me. I didn't know why it was bothering me, but it was. I'd been coming to this spot for a while, and I had never seen anyone act so detached. It was almost like he was a part of the scenery, blending in with the river itself. At that point, I decided to focus back on my fishing, but the man in the boat still lingered in my thoughts. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe he was just an old guy who came out to the river to think, or maybe he just enjoyed the quiet. But something about the whole situation felt off. The boat, the way he moved, and how he sat there so still. Everything about it felt like a sign that I shouldn't have been here, like this place wasn't as peaceful as I had thought. An hour passed, and I caught another fish, but the strange feeling stayed with me. The man hadn't moved from the boat. The sun was higher in the sky now, casting a stronger light on the water, but he was still there, stationary. He was getting further away, but I could still see him, a small figure in the middle of the river, just sitting. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was probably nothing. But my mind kept coming back to that boat and the old fisherman in it. I glanced over at him again, and this time I noticed something. His head was tilted slightly forward, like he was looking down at something in the boat. For a split second I thought I saw his hand move, but then he went still again. It was like he wasn't even real, just an image of an old fisherman caught in time, set adrift on the river. I felt a little uneasy, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I kept my distance, not wanting to make it obvious that I was paying attention. I focused on my line, trying to keep myself busy, but every now and then I'd look up and see the boat still there, bobbing along in the water. As the day wore on, I started to feel like maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was just overthinking it. People don't just show up at a place like this for no reason, right? Maybe he was just another fisherman, old but steady, doing his own thing. But as I packed up to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that man was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but I knew I wouldn't be coming back to this spot for a while. The place didn't feel the same anymore. It felt like something was off, like I had stumbled onto a quiet, hidden world where things were not as simple as they appeared. I left the river that day, with the image of the old fisherman and his boat, drifting further down the water, still fresh in my mind. The next morning I decided to head back to the river, but this time, I wasn't feeling the same calm I used to. I had spent the night replaying the scene over and over in my mind, wondering if I was just being paranoid. but something kept telling me there was more to that old fisherman than I'd realized. When I got to the river, I immediately looked for the boat. The spot where I had last seen it, the one I had spent so many quiet mornings near, felt different now. I don't know how to explain it, but it just didn't have the same calm, welcoming feel. I scanned the water, and sure enough, there was the old boat, still anchored to the same spot along the bank just as I had left it. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe the fisherman had tied it back up after he left. But then I noticed something. The boat wasn't empty. There was a small bundle of something sitting in the boat, just to the side. It was a tarp, mostly covered, but it looked strangely out of place. Why would someone leave a tarp like that, especially tied up in the middle of nowhere? I wasn't sure what it was, but it made me uncomfortable. It didn't fit with the usual fishing setup I had seen before. It wasn't like the gear I'd seen left behind in the past. Curiosity got the better of me, and despite the unease crawling under my skin, I made my way down to the boat. Maybe I was overthinking things, and it would be nothing. But I needed to check for myself. I tried to brush off the sense that something wasn't right, but the more I walked, the more that nagging feeling grew stronger. When I got closer, I saw the boat was tied up the same way it had been before. The rope was secure, but there was no sign of the fisherman. It was as if he had disappeared, just like the day before. I stood at the edge of the river, staring at the boat, wondering if I should just leave it alone. But then, I couldn't help myself. I had to know what was inside that tarp. Slowly, I reached out and grabbed it, lifting it up just enough to peek underneath. My heart dropped when I saw what it was. There was no fishing gear or anything related to a fisherman at all. Instead, there was a bundle of old, worn clothes, folded carefully. It looked like they had been left there for a long time, maybe months, maybe even longer. The clothes were stained and faded, but the thing that stood out to me the most was the smell. It was musty, like something that had been sitting untouched for a long time in the damp air. It wasn't like the usual river smell I was used to. It was more sour, almost like decay. I quickly pulled the tarp back into place, feeling sick to my stomach. It wasn't just the clothes that bothered me. It was the fact that whoever had left them there seemed to have gone to the trouble of making sure they were hidden. Why would they leave these clothes in a boat, tied up on a riverbank in a spot so far from town? The whole thing didn't sit right with me. I backed away from the boat slowly, trying to calm my nerves. I wasn't sure what I had expected, but it definitely wasn't this. I didn't know if I should go to the authorities or just leave it alone. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe some random person had just dumped their old clothes out there, but the fact that they were hidden under the tarp, the fact that the boat was tied up in a spot I'd never seen anyone use before, something about it all felt deliberate. It was like someone had planned this out, and I had stumbled upon it without meaning to. I took a deep breath and made the decision to leave. I wasn't going to spend another second by that river, wondering about the clothes or the strange fisherman. But as I turned around to head back up the bank, I heard something that made my stomach drop. It was faint, but I could swear I heard the sound of oars dipping into the water. I froze, my heart racing. The boat was still there, but I didn't see anyone. The sound continued, slow, rhythmic dips of the oars into the water, as if someone was rowing back upstream. My first thought was that maybe the old man had returned, but something about it felt different. I looked around, trying to find where the sound was coming from. It wasn't coming from the direction of the boat. It was further downriver. I thought about waiting and trying to see if I could spot whoever was out there. But the thought of being near the water anymore made my skin crawl. I didn't want to stick around, especially not with that strange feeling creeping up again. I picked up my gear and started walking back toward the path that led to the road. The sound of oars on water continued, distant but clear. It almost felt like it was following me, like whoever was rowing was somehow keeping pace with my steps. I didn't dare turn around to check. I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. As I walked away, I couldn't help but think about the strange fisherman from the day before. Was he real? Was he even the same person who had left those clothes in the boat? Had I just imagined the whole thing? It didn't make sense, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't want to know. It was better to leave it alone. I didn't come back to the river for a while after that. Part of me felt like I should report it, but another part of me just wanted to forget about it entirely. Something about that place felt wrong now, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to shake the feeling. But what really bothered me wasn't the boat or the clothes. It was the sense that I had stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see, something that wasn't meant for me, and I didn't know if I'd ever fully understand what it was. But as the days passed, that lingering feeling didn't go away. It stayed with me, quiet but persistent, like something was waiting for me to come back, to figure out what was really going on. Weeks passed and life moved on as usual. I did my best to forget about that day at the river. I focused on other things, work, friends, the everyday hustle, and tried to keep my mind off that boat, the strange man, and the clothes. But the nagging feeling of something unresolved stuck with me. The river and the woods nearby just weren't the same to me anymore. The quiet, peaceful spot where I had once gone for the solitude now felt like something I didn't quite understand. A few weeks later, I decided to head back out to the river. I thought that maybe if I went back, I'd find some kind of closure. Maybe I was just making too big of a deal about it all. I wanted to prove to myself that it was just a random incident, and nothing more. I thought that if I went back and nothing was there, I could finally put it all behind me. It was a cool afternoon when I drove up to the river. I parked by the familiar spot where I had always left my truck. The place was still quiet. Too quiet. No one else around, just the rustling of trees and the steady flow of the river. For a second, I almost convinced myself that nothing was wrong, that I was overthinking things. I walked down to the water's edge, scanning the area. It was peaceful, like it always had been before all of this. The boat wasn't there at first. I couldn't see it anywhere along the bank, and part of me felt relieved. Maybe whoever had been using it decided to move on. Maybe that old man had left and never came back. I was about to turn back, thinking maybe I had come out for no reason, when I noticed something in the distance, hidden behind a patch of overgrown weeds along the shore. The boat. It was tied up again, just like it had been that day. It wasn't the same spot, but it was close enough to where I had seen it last. My stomach twisted. This time I didn't want to go any closer. I stood there, frozen, trying to figure out what I should do. The boat had been left undisturbed for weeks, and now here it was again, showing up like nothing had changed. I had the sudden urge to just leave, but something in me pushed me forward. Maybe I could figure out what was going on. I could find some kind of explanation for all of this. I could prove to myself that it wasn't something weird or sinister. Made my way toward the boat slowly, keeping a cautious distance. The tarp that had been covering the clothes was now gone, but there was a new bundle sitting in its place. I couldn't see exactly what it was from where I stood, but I knew I had to approach it. As much as I didn't want to get any closer, I knew that I couldn't just turn around again. I needed to know what was in that boat. When I reached it, I saw that the bundle wasn't clothes this time. It was a small, weathered cooler, one of those cheap ones that didn't seem like it belonged out there, in the middle of nowhere. I bent down, my hands trembling. I didn't want to touch it. I wasn't sure what I was afraid of, but something in my gut told me that it wasn't just a coincidence that this cooler was here. I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't stop myself. I pulled the lid up slowly, dreading what I might find inside. What I saw made me freeze. It wasn't anything horrifying or grotesque like I had imagined, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. Inside the cooler were several bags of fish, large ones, some wrapped tightly, others just loosely thrown in, as if they had been caught haphazardly. The fish weren't fresh, though. They looked old and dried out, their scales cracked and brittle. But what really got me was the smell. It was faint, but it was there. Something rancid and stale, like something had been left to rot for far too long. I stepped back, my head spinning. This didn't make sense. Why would anyone leave something like this in a cooler, tied up in a boat out here? It didn't add up. I stood there staring at the cooler for a long time. My mind raced, trying to come up with some kind of logical explanation, but I couldn't think of one. It wasn't just the cooler or the fish that unsettled me. It was the fact that it was here again, as if whoever had put it there knew I would return. That feeling, the one I had tried so hard to shake, came back in full force. I wasn't just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I had been led here somehow. I didn't know who the old fisherman was or why he'd been so strange, but the thought that someone was keeping track of me, watching me in some way, sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to turn around and leave, but I couldn't get the image of the cooler out of my mind. I couldn't shake the thought that this was all meant for me to find. I quickly tied the boat up again, making sure it was secure, then I turned and left. I didn't feel like staying any longer. The rest of the river didn't seem welcoming anymore. It felt like I was intruding on something I wasn't supposed to know. By the time I made it back to the road, I realized that I couldn't come back here. Whatever was going on with that boat and that fisherman, it wasn't something I wanted to be a part of. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence, but deep down, I felt like I had uncovered something I wasn't meant to see, and I had no intention of sticking around to find out more. The river, the boat, the fisherman, they all felt like things I should leave behind. Whatever had happened that day would stay there, just another strange chapter in a place that now felt like it held more than I could understand. And as I drove away, I didn't look back. I've always liked going to the park. It's just one of those places that feels good to be at, you know? It's quiet, peaceful, and usually not crowded. I don't go there to do anything special, just to walk around, sit on a bench, maybe, bring a book or listen to some music. My favorite spot is this old swing set at the edge of the park. It's not really in the middle of everything, so it doesn't get a lot of attention. It's just tucked away, a little off the main walking path. I've walked by the swing set many times, but it was never really on my mind until one afternoon when I went to the park with a friend. Her name is Sarah, and she's someone I've known for a while. We've always had similar tastes when it comes to simple activities like going to the park. It was a Saturday, and the weather was pretty nice, just warm enough to be comfortable, but not too hot to be outside. We decided to meet up there to just hang out for a bit, catch up and enjoy the afternoon. We hadn't planned on anything specific. We both brought some snacks and planned to just sit and talk. As usual, we walked through the park talking about everything from work to life in general and made our way to the swings. It was nothing unusual. We sat down on the swings and for a while, we just enjoyed the view, the fresh air, and the fact that we were outside after a long week of sitting in offices. Nothing strange happened at first. The swings were a bit old and creaky, but that was normal. We started talking more about the park itself, how it had been around for so long and how things had changed over the years. The swings themselves were pretty worn out. The ropes were frayed and the paint was chipped, but they still worked. Sarah started to swing a little, pushing herself gently to see how high she could go. I wasn't really in the mood for that, so I just sat and watched her. It wasn't until she made a joke about how the swings had seen better days that things started to feel a little off. It wasn't immediately obvious, but as Sarah kept swinging, I noticed that one of the swings, the one farthest to the left, had started moving on its own. At first, I didn't think much of it. The wind can do weird things, right? But then I looked over, and the swing was still moving. Sarah didn't notice it at first because she was facing forward and swinging, but I just kept watching. It wasn't moving a lot, just a little back and forth, not in a way that would be caused by someone pushing it. The other swings were still. They weren't moving at all, just that one swing. And it wasn't because of the wind. There was barely any breeze, and it was more like the swing had a slight motion to it, like it was being moved by someone. I asked Sarah if she had noticed, and she turned her head, saw the swing, and gave a little laugh. Maybe the wind just caught it, she said. She went back to swinging, and I just stayed there staring at that one swing. It kept moving slowly. I watched it for a while, trying to make sense of it. I could hear the faint sound of the swing's chains scraping against the metal frame, but that was it. No one was near it, and there was no wind. I figured it was just one of those things you can't explain, but still, something about it made me feel uneasy. We decided to leave the swings and walk around the park for a bit, and I tried to forget about the swing. But as we walked, I kept glancing back. The swing was still moving. It didn't stop. At least not while we were around. We kept walking toward the other side of the park, where there were a few benches and a small pond. I tried to shake the feeling off, but it was like it kept nagging at me, making me feel a little strange, like I was missing something. We sat down on a bench by the pond, and I tried to distract myself by talking about other things. But in the back of my mind, I kept thinking about the swing. It was just odd. I couldn't get it out of my head, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that something about it wasn't normal. I've been to that park a lot, and I've never seen anything like that before. The swing wasn't moving like the others. It was like it had its own rhythm, its own motion, even when nothing was around it. After a few minutes of sitting and trying to enjoy the quiet, Sarah noticed me staring off into the distance. "Are you okay?" she asked. I told her I was fine, just thinking. But it wasn't really true. I felt like there was something off, and I couldn't explain it to her. It wasn't a huge deal. It wasn't like something scary happened. But the swing still moved around in my mind. I kept telling myself that it was just the wind, or maybe even someone pushing it from behind, but deep down I wasn't sure. There was just something weird about it that I couldn't shake. We walked around the park some more, but every time we passed the swings, my eyes would flick over to that one swing. And every time it would still be moving, not like it was swinging fast, but just gently rocking back and forth, almost like it was waiting for something. Or maybe someone. I don't know. I kept telling myself that it was just a coincidence, that there was nothing strange about it. But after a while I realized that I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even when we left the park and started walking to our cars, my mind kept drifting back to that one swing. As we said goodbye and parted ways, I felt a little more unsettled than I'd like to admit. It wasn't a huge deal, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt like something wasn't quite right. I didn't know what it was, but I had a feeling that I wasn't done with the swing just yet. A couple of days went by, and I tried not to think too much about the swing. I didn't want to overthink something that was probably just a weird coincidence, but the more I went about my daily routine, the more I found myself thinking about it. I kept remembering how that swing moved, and it wasn't like any natural movement I had seen before. So, when I decided to go back to the park by myself on a quiet evening, I thought I might as well check it out again, see if it happened to move again. I wasn't expecting anything strange, but I wanted to put my mind at ease. It was a Monday evening, and the park was pretty quiet. The sun had just started setting, and the air was cool. I grabbed a hoodie and decided to head out for a walk, just to clear my head. When I arrived, the park was almost empty. There were a few people sitting by the benches, a couple of joggers, but for the most part, it was just me walking around. I made my way over to the swing set, not really expecting much, just curious if the swing would be moving again. When I got there, I stood still for a second, looking at it. I didn't know why, but I felt a strange sense of anticipation, almost like I was waiting for something to happen. And there it was again, just like the other day. The farthest swing, the one on the left, was moving. Just a little, not a lot, but definitely moving. Not like it had been pushed by someone or swayed by the wind. It was just swaying back and forth, slowly. I felt a little uneasy, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone had been on it recently, and it was still moving from their motion, I thought. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But as I stood there watching it, I realized something was different this time. The swing didn't seem random anymore. It seemed more purposeful, like it was being moved by something, not by chance. I walked closer to the swings, wanting to get a better look. I didn't get too close, though. Just enough to stand a few feet away, still observing. I thought maybe if I stood there long enough, I would figure out what was going on. But then something strange happened. The swing that was moving suddenly stopped. It didn't come to a slow halt, like you'd expect if someone were swinging on it. It just stopped, dead in its tracks. And the other swings remained still. No wind, nothing. I stared at it for a moment, unsure what to make of it. Then, without warning, the swing started moving again. But this time it was more aggressive. It was like it was being pushed, like someone had suddenly decided to swing on it with force. But there was no one around. The other swings were completely still, and I couldn't hear anyone coming or going. It didn't make sense. I took a step back. I felt the oddest combination of curiosity and unease. My instinct was to leave, but something kept me there. I wasn't sure if it was the sense that something was going to happen or if I was just drawn to figure out what exactly was causing it. I don't know why I thought it, but I almost felt like I was supposed to stay. So I did. The swing kept moving back and forth. There was no clear pattern, no rhythm to it. It was just swinging, as though being moved by an invisible hand. I couldn't look away. I didn't know what I was waiting for, but I couldn't seem to pull myself away from it. I felt like I was being drawn into this strange situation, like I was part of something that I didn't fully understand. The whole time, there wasn't a single sound except for the faint creaking of the swing chains as they rubbed against the frame. It was oddly quiet, which made the whole thing feel even more surreal. There was no one else around. The few people who had been near the park earlier were gone. It was just me, standing there, watching this swing move on its own. At one point, I almost considered walking away. It was getting later and I should have just left, but for some reason I felt like I had to stay. I stepped a little closer to the swing, trying to see if I could notice anything more. Maybe a breeze I hadn't felt before, or maybe even a weird way the swing was hanging. But I didn't find anything. The swing didn't stop moving, and the silence kept pressing in on me. That's when I heard something that made me stop. A voice. It wasn't loud, but it was there. A soft, almost whispering sound. I couldn't make out the words at first, but I knew it was coming from behind me. I turned around quickly, but there was no one there. The park was still empty, just as it had been when I first arrived. I wasn't sure what I expected, but the fact that there was no one around made the voice even stranger. I stood there for a moment trying to make sense of it. Maybe someone had been in the park after all, but it didn't seem right. I didn't feel like it was someone I knew or a normal voice. It just didn't match up with the surroundings. Turned back to the swing, and just like that, it stopped. The movement didn't slow down, it just came to an immediate stop. The air was still, and for a moment, everything felt too quiet. I couldn't explain it, but it was like the park had become different. The feeling in the air was thick, not in an obvious way, but it was there, pressing down on me. And then, without warning, the swing started moving again. But this time, it was even faster than before. It was almost as if someone was really trying to get it going. But again, there was no one around. The swing swayed back and forth, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. I don't know how long I stood there, but at that point I knew something wasn't right. I didn't feel scared, but I felt off, like I wasn't supposed to be there anymore. So I turned around and walked away. I walked away from the swing set, trying to keep my pace steady. But there was a part of me that felt like I needed to get out of there fast. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't help it. For some reason, I had the feeling that if I did, I'd see the swing moving again. It was almost like there was a pull, an unexplainable force, urging me to glance back and confirm that something strange was happening. But I didn't. I kept walking. I left the park and didn't turn back once, but the unease stayed with me. The night felt quiet, but in a way that made everything feel a little too silent. When I got home, I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was just a combination of the setting sun and my own mind playing tricks. But the feeling lingered. Over the next few days, I tried to move on. I kept busy with work and my usual routines, but something in the back of my mind kept pulling me back to that swing. I'd find myself thinking about it when I was at work, when I was walking around the neighborhood, even when I was trying to fall asleep. The weird thing is, I didn't even want to think about it. It just kept coming up, and I couldn't shake the image of the swing moving all on its own. A week later, I decided to return to the park. It wasn't an easy decision. I kept debating whether it was a good idea, but I thought maybe I needed to confront it, figure out what had happened, and get it out of my head once and for all. I had to know if it was something natural, if it was just my imagination getting the best of me. So, I headed back one afternoon, hoping to get some peace of mind. The park was a little busier this time. More people walking dogs, a few kids riding bikes, but the swings were empty. I walked over to where the swing set was and stopped for a moment. It looked normal, just like any other part of the park. The swings were hanging still, not a single one moving. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I felt like I was standing in front of something I didn't quite understand, and it made me uneasy in a way I couldn't explain. I didn't get too close to the swings. I just stood at a distance and watched. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I didn't want to let myself get pulled into the same feeling I'd had before. After a few minutes, I decided to leave. It felt like the right thing to do. There was nothing strange happening, and maybe the weirdness from the other day was just my mind playing tricks on me. It was best to let it go, so I turned and walked away. But as I walked, I couldn't help but look back, just once. The swing on the far left was moving. Again, not much, just a small sway, but enough for me to see it. I stopped in my tracks. This time, though, it wasn't like before. It didn't feel like there was anything forcing the swing to move. It didn't feel like some kind of unseen hand was pushing it. It was just moving. I didn't go back. I just kept walking. I didn't even want to linger any longer trying to figure it out. I didn't need to. There was something about it that made me feel like I shouldn't push it, like there was no point in continuing to question it. As the days passed, I thought about that swing more and more. I didn't tell anyone about it, not because I didn't think they'd believe me, but because I didn't really know what to say. It was hard to explain something that didn't make sense even to myself, but I couldn't forget it, no matter how much I tried to let go. I still go to that park from time to time, but I avoid the swings. I don't think it's anything supernatural or out of the ordinary. It just feels like something about that place makes it easy to get caught up in strange, unexplainable things. Maybe it's just a weird coincidence, or maybe there's something else